Well, good evening, everyone, and welcome to Aeroflow Race for Real here at Sydney Dragway. It is the Pocket Rocket up here in the studio. My co-host, Mark Thomas, he's not too far away. And we've got a great roll-up of cars out the back. We've got a really good story of one car that's coming out to race tonight. Pretty excited for two reasons. One, because this gentleman is a regular here at the drag strip all the time, but for the first time in a long time, we're going to see him hit the drag strip. Now, on a side note, ladies and gentlemen, we are also live streaming the entire event tonight. So, for those people that are here at the crowd, welcome first of all, guys. I mean, what you watch on a computer screen is one thing, but to be here at the track and to see the sights, the sound and the smells and all the action here at Aeroflow Race for Real. So once again, guys, we are live streaming on YouTube, on the Sydney Dragway Facebook page, as well as the official Sydney Dragway YouTube page as well. So make sure you jump onto that, or tell your friends if they can't make it to the track tonight. Tell them to jump on the Facebook page. All right, guys, got a small mix of cars here tonight. We've got the bikes. Now, on the subject of the bikes, a little bit later, we're going to see some serious two-wheeled action happening on the track, and that is a big, big thank you to Sydney Random Rides, who are a motorcycle group from here in Sydney, and one of their admin who is racing tonight, Matt Duff, the legend himself. It's his birthday today. I know that Casper, who, I don't know, we can't see it at the moment because there's a camera actually down. It shows in the staging lanes. But Casper will be out on his Hayabusa tonight. Those two love to have fun off the start line. They're two very fierce competitors, but extremely good mates. And Matt Duff and Casper out very, very soon. Down on track at the moment, we got the two WRXs. We've had a couple of Camaros turn up tonight as well, so we look forward to seeing them hit the track. A 1.98 and a 60 there for the Aeroflow lane, and in the Rocket lane he gets the win with a 14.45 to a 14.66, both of them at the 90 mile per hour mark. Down on track now, we got the Audis. We got one of our regulars down here in the Rocket lane, taking on one of our more quicker Audis. Now, speaking about quick Audis, up in Willowbank on the weekend, there was a race meeting. Obviously, it was Jamboree for those people that didn't know what it was. But one of their cars ended up going some absolute ridiculous time. Now, bear in mind, it is a street car, very similar to this one. It went 8.64 at 163 miles per hour. That was out of the 999 Automotive, the Audi RS3. So it's great to see the Audis starting to step up, because here in Sydney, obviously, we've seen what happened with the Commodores, with the LSs. We've seen what happened with the Fords, with the Barras. We're now starting to see some of these other car makers start to step it up in the drag racing scene here in Sydney. The Hyundai i30Ns, well, they're starting to get a bit of development on them as well. So the car scene in Sydney is pretty healthy. So we've got plenty of rooms in the lanes, guys. So if anybody wants to come out and race tonight, make sure you tell your mates we've got plenty of room. Looks like we might just have a little bit of fluid down in the Aeroflow lane. And a big thank you to Aeroflow Performance for their continued support here of Race for Real here at Sydney Dragway. Graham and Wendy Cowan, thank you very much, guys. And if you do need parts for your car, guys, make sure you do grab yourself a copy of the Aeroflow Performance parts catalogue, or definitely jump on their website and have a look. If they haven't got it, get in touch with them, because I'm sure they might be able to get it. Let's be honest, they've got that many products. They've got everything and everything in Rocket. Well, thankfully, guys, doesn't look like there is anything past the 60-foot mark in the Aeroflow lane, but just something they've picked up on the start line, just giving it a little bit. Yeah, so guys, just a little bit of a mop-up just past the start line in the 60-foot. Nothing too much to worry about. So I got a message through from Des asking what classes run here. Well, the classes tonight, Des, primarily it's an off-street drag racing meet. So anybody can bring their street car out or their daily driver. They can come out and race. We do sometimes have a couple more race-orientated cars. We do have one here tonight, and that's Joe Sabello that we'll see out a little bit later in his Datsun Skyline. It runs in the top sportsman class. We do have certain rules in place for most of the cars as we get back to racing. And we got the Caprice about to take on the Audi. G'day to Daniel and Gypsy. Well, the big Caprice got a 1.96 in the 60, but the Audi goes 1.6, drives around him, 11.16, 121.8 miles per hour. There we go, and the big Caprice, the big Holden, 12.83 at 111 miles per hour. All right, we got the first. Of our Camaros coming out. The Corvette, sorry. Yeah, the Corvette up against the Commodore. All right, well, the C4 Corvette, big thank you to Benji. Not really up too much with the more street style of American cars. Obviously, my interest in drag racing probably leans more towards sport compact. Yeah, thanks, Benj. Rice, baby. Thanks, mate. You sound like Diggles. All right, the Commodore down there in the Aeroflow lane. A 12.07 with a 1 at 103 to a 14.63. As I said earlier, my co-host Mark Thomas, he's not too far away. Okay. So I'm just holding the reins until Mark gets here. We got the XB about to come out in the Aeroflow lane, one of our regulars who always puts on a pretty good smoke show. And in beside him, we've got the Commodore, which is shared by husband and wife, manually shifted. Well, the big XB goes 1140. Unfortunately, a problem there for the Commodore. Now, this Commodore is generally pretty reliable. So, unfortunately, that's Motorsport, as we saw evidenced last week. Now, T-Racer. Apparently, VX Frying might be coming out a little bit later. We do have Burnouts this evening as well, which I dare say we're probably going to live stream as well this evening as well. So we'll have the drag racing and we'll also have the Burnouts. Now, I have been told, and don't quote me on it, please, but we've got about 6 cars supposedly that have put their name down for skids tonight. Daniel is obviously a fan of the vets. I can't repeat what Daniel wrote, but nevertheless. Oh, geez, big turn of the tyres there. 2.03 in the 60. I'll tell you what, if you could tone that down a little bit. Be on it, the big Camaro. On the brakes, though, at about 1,000 foot. Runs on through with the 1456 and 1164, 124. But massive turn of the tyres there. No, that doesn't look stock at all, but I'll tell you what, it is great to see them out here. We got the Falcon down here in the Rocket Lane putting on a great smoke show, as is the Commodore. And all our spectators are down in the viewing area. They got getting the perfect shots down there with their cameras. So once again, guys, if you can't make it to the track tonight, make sure you tell your friends. We're on Sydney Dragway Facebook, the official page, and we're also live streaming on YouTube on the official Sydney Dragway page as well. All right, well, the big Falcon goes a 1.93 in the 60. Good run from him, 11.39 with a 1.24 as we welcome Mr. Holden, otherwise known as Mark Thomas, in the house. What's going on, Mark?
Oh, mate. Busy. Couldn't get out of work today. It's unbelievable. Trying to walk out the door, mate, and I got sucked into a meeting.
Didn't you tell them that you're working with me tonight? You know, it's
mate,
like, I've got to I've got to keep my bro happy.
Yeah, mate, what can I say? Yeah, they just don't listen to me.
Nah, maybe I'll have to send them an email and say, listen, Wednesday nights is working with the Rocket.
Yeah.
So, you know, like, it's on. Now, of course, a little bit of a slow start to the night. Hopefully get some more cars. But we are live streaming from start to finish. So that's racing and burnouts as we got this ute down here in the Rocket Lane. Yeah, a little bit of smoke coming out of the aeroflow lane, but nothing too much to hold them up. In 11.96 at 1:22. Unfortunately, Mark, our regulars in the red Commodore, the husband and wife, looks like they've had a bit of an issue with the car. Hopefully it's nothing major.
I did see it. They were pushing that out. It's very unusual for that car to leave the track in that way. That car is just so consistent and never have a problem with it.
Well, Mark, we've got a bit of a feel-good story tonight. Down in the Rocket Lane, for the first time in a long time, we've got one of Sydney Dragway's best spectators. Ross is out there racing in the Commodore wagon.
Oh, excellent. He's been talking about bringing the wagon out, but great stuff. It's good to see him out there. He just loves the sport, so really good.
Oh, he absolutely does. Ross is one of our great spectators that's here at just about every event. So if you're watching on YouTube, you're thinking, where are the people? Well, I'll tell you what, there's one spectator there. There's another spectator that we have up the top who is here pretty much every week as well. Gentleman brings his chair. He just loves fast cars, and it's great.
Well, this is a place of fast cars.
Absolutely. This is where the you-know-what stops.
It is indeed. Yep. Mate, down there on the black stuff, that's where it all happens.
Well, Todd O'Leary is watching the live stream on YouTube. G'day, Todd. How are you, mate?
Good on you, Todd. I need to talk to you.
And Gypsy. G'day, Gypsy. Hey, Gypsy, I just got told you watch a lot of the Santa Pod drag racing as well, so it's great to have you on board watching our Aeroflow Race for Real here at Sydney Dragway. All right, Smokin' Joe Sabello. For those people that are new to the live stream, Joe's one of our regular racers here at the track. He's probably done the most amount of laps down this track than any other racer in the country. Now, this car is a Datsun Skyline with a supercharged 6-litre underneath the bonnet. And he goes 1.36 in the 60 mark. This looks like another 890 run straight off the trailer.
It is indeed, mate. This car went off song for a while there, and Joe was playing around with it, run a set of radials, didn't work for the car. The setup wasn't right. Put another set of slicks back onto it. It started coming back on, and it's just been like last meet, it really come on song, didn't it? Oh, that's right. Yeah, he did. He did the head gaskets on it, and I wouldn't be surprised if he didn't change that pulley round, put the bigger one on, or the littler one, should I say.
All right, guys, we're down on track now, doing a massive burnout. Sydney Dragway, make some noise. The birthday boy, Matt Duff, winding it up in the burnout on board the Harley. And in beside him is Thomas Stonham, otherwise known as Casper. Both these guys are the admin for Sydney Random Rides.
What a great way to spend your birthday.
Absolutely. And tell you what, they've got a good amount of bikes that are out here this evening. 0.011 on the tree for Matt Duff. I'll tell you what, he must have heard my comment a little bit earlier. Although Casper is coming back at him. Is he going to get the win? No, he doesn't. Matt Duff, 11.79 at 112 to a 10.80.
Well, mate, he's going to rub that one in here.
Oh, absolutely. That's what you call throwing down the gauntlet.
It is indeed.
All right, one of our track officials who's also part of Sydney Random Rides is Michael Riches on board the AMS Watermeters Suzuki Jexa 750. Runs in the street bike class at our New South Wales State Championship Series, which is brought to you by Speed Addict Clothing Company, which is not too far away either, because that next round is coming up, I believe it's on the 12th of August. I know it's coming up in a couple of weeks. But if you want all the information, guys, do check out sydneydragway.com.au or check out the Facebook page.
Well, I'll tell you what, Stu, that's one quick GSXR in it, eh?
Oh, it is. For a 750,
Yeah.
1074 with a 7 at 134 to a 1466. Well, I'd like to say a big hello to It's an RC car. G'day, guy, mate. Watching the live stream on YouTube. Overtaking lane, welcome. Jamie Lee. G'day, Jamie. Wherever you are watching from around the world, welcome to Sydney Dragway and Aeroflow Race for Real. The place where excitement lives and the place where Mark and I get pumped up for fast street cars and fast bikes.
And we're definitely in the fast bikes at the moment, aren't we? 10.8 to an 11.6.
Absolutely. Now listen, that post I sent you during the week about the Audi, have you got your own one now, do you?
Oh, mate, I got a... I think I told you before, I got a mate that's about to build a VW van with all the running gear out of one of those.
Nice.
Yeah. So he was having a really close look at that one.
Oh, I'll tell you what, mate. When you see that car look relatively stock, aside from the parachute, of course, but you know, we see them here in Sydney every Wednesday night, and we've got some quick Audis. There's a couple of them that do come out here, but you know, when you see it in that jamboree type of thing, that type of scenario, we've got all these alternate engines, and the times you're getting out of these things, it's crazy what we've got here in Australia.
Didn't that thing go down to a 5?
It went
8.9, wasn't it? 8.9?
8.9 at 163.
Yeah. I thought I seen something on the, well, that's a little bit skatey, that it went down to an 8.5. Is that right or wrong?
I didn't see if it went down to an 8.5. I haven't seen that post yet.
Okay, yep.
But no doubt if we get some of the commentators from Queensland, i.e. Chris Diggles or Terry Dale, I'm sure the boys might be able to let us know if they're watching the live stream. But it is great to have a whole heap of bikes here this evening. Jeremy Fisher just went down on board his Royal Enfield 650. He's also part of Sydney Random Rides. Really nice guy to have a chat with as well.
It did go 850, eh?
Yep.
Yep.
Oh, nice.
That is quick.
That is very quick.
From a pretty much a street-looking version.
And that's what I like. I mean, you keep a car look relatively stock and run those numbers. I mean, that's a credit not only to 999 Automotive, but you know, just the amount of R&D that goes into that car and the driver's money that he's pouring into the car and so forth. It is fantastic. The Toyota Supra down here in the Aeroflow lane, taking on the Ute. Of course, here at Sydney Dragway, we do run theme nights, and two of our biggest theme nights that we do run here on a Wednesday night now and again. One is our 4x4 night, and the other one's our diesel night.
Yep, diesel night just absolutely goes off.
Oh, it's wicked.
Yep. And we get some really quick diesels out here too.
Yeah, and that once again comes down to the amount of technology that has come through diesel. I mean, obviously, a lot of these people that are watching the stream, for example, that do watch a lot of Santa Pod and a lot of the drag racing from America, you know, the amount of technology that's now in diesel drag racing with the diesel dragsters and the funny cars, and now it's starting to transfer here to Australia. And we've got one full-blown diesel drag car here in Sydney. It's not here this evening, but it's called Gold Rush. It's a big Dodge Ram. But I'd love to see more of them.
Yeah, I would too. Yep. The way they are in the States,
they're off tap.
Absolutely.
Off tap.
Yep.
All right, we're just going to guide this Audi back into the stage. Occasionally they get a little bit eager or they get a bit scared and they like to stage up on the rear wheels. Well, I'll tell you what, the Audi down there in the aeroflow lane, 1.92 in the 60s, on the brakes just after half track, still on the brakes, and runs on through with a 13.09 at 72. Oh, I think he was playing there.
Yeah, I think you're right there. Yeah, he actually jumped on them way early, probably a lot earlier than he expected. Yeah, but next pass, he's got a good idea now, and yeah, it'd be good to see get in a little bit more ET on that one.
Well, the two Audis going head to head. Great to see an Audi group out here, if they are a group. Of course, if you are part of the car group, guys, you can actually book a lane here at the track.
Yeah, exactly.
You get enough cars, you can actually ring up and book yourself a lane, and you can race your own mates.
Which, if you're with a club, sensational. Like, be nothing better than just blasting up against your mates all night long. We've got the Falcon up against the Skyline.
Yeah, they're just toning the Skyline down a little bit on that pass too. This one usually goes fairly ballistic off the start line, but I think they've worked out they've got to tone it down. He goes 11.51 with the 4 at 122.
And 13.5 at 101. Well, they have definitely turned it down compared to what we have seen previously.
Well, one car that sort of doesn't really go sedate is the Aero 51 Custom Performance Caprice, which is down here in the aeroflow lane now. He's taking on a Ford Territory down here. Now, don't let the Territory fool you. We're very fortunate in Sydney that we've got some super quick ones. But the Area 51, purge of the nitrous. He goes 2.11 in the 60.
(12.2), 119 miles an hour to a 16.2 at 85 miles an hour.
Okay, two racers just asked if I'm coming to TGI Friday. At this stage, two racer, no, I won't be, and that's only due to work commitments. However, I do have 2 weeks holidays coming up, so I plan on doing a lot more commentary here at the track and a little bit more work on my 2 weeks. So look forward to getting out here and getting some fumes back up the nose and get fired up. Admittedly, though, T-Racer, I don't plan on falling over any more concrete barriers like I did at Burnouts 2023. And if you happen to know the guy that actually put the video on TikTok, I want to cut. All right? I want to cut.
It was very aerobatic, mate.
Yeah, I'm sure a lot of those people overseas are like, wow, that commentator went head first over a barrier and he still got up. Impressive. All right, the Caprice down there in the rocket lane, a 2.03 in the 60. Big, heavy car, got plenty of mumbo.
Yeah, he's going to put in a pretty good pass here, Stu.
Yeah.
12.4, 114 miles an hour. That's not too shabby.
I think anything under a 12.5 out of a big, heavy car like that,
yep.
I don't know, I might be wrong in saying this, but I consider that a very, very good pass, considering the weight of the car and the size of it.
Yeah, like you do a 12-second, you've got a 12-second car on the road,
yep.
and they're a lot of fun.
All right, we've got this VR VS Commodore down here in the Aeroflow lane. Now, if this is the one that I'm thinking it's got an engine built by BG Engines, the legends themselves, because they do a lot of work, not just for some of the lower ranked drag cars, and I mean that nicely, but I mean like our super street cars or super sedans, but they also do a few for the Burnout guys as well. And he's taking on this VZ Commodore down here in the rocket lane.
So yeah, the VS down here's got a decent set of tyres up under the back of it. It's I reckon they've got the guards pumped out a bit to get the size tyres that they have up under the back of that.
I reckon that car might be a little bit of a work in progress, just quietly.
Yeah, I think so.
Because it's running some very, very good numbers for what it is.
Yep.
And it's once again, that is a credit to BG Engines, the owner, and everyone involved in the car. But it's good to see a young guy get out there and just going for it and having fun and doing it the right way. And kind of really showing people too that he's here at the drag strip. He's showing what that car can do. I mean, you can put your car in a dyno all you want, but until you bring it out here,
yep,
you just don't know how quick it is. And look at that, 1332 at 104 for VRVS. That's pretty good.
Yeah, it's super consistent. Every week runs out the same. So, you know, perfect bracket car.
Absolutely. The big XP's back, Mark, in the rocket lane. He's taking on the C4 Corvette.
Yeah, this XB is real tidy car.
Well, I can hear that turn of the tyres there from both cars.
Well, XB run him down, dead on the line, 11.3, 123 miles an hour to 11.8, 116 miles an hour. So you just see that XB just pulling him in, top end of the track.
Yeah, it's got a huge top end on that car. It's also very good off the line, which is one thing we've noticed for those people that are watching on the live stream, particularly from the UK. A lot of the cars that are coming out now, the more, I wouldn't say more serious cars, like people are just having a go, but a lot of people are starting to go for the radials now.
Yep.
I've noticed. And I know radial racing here in Australia is just huge at the moment. I mean, the Kenda 660 guys, they always put on a fantastic event. And, you know, that side of the sport is just going gangbusters at the moment. And it's started to filter down into what we have now, which is Aeroflow Race for Real for the more street cars.
Yep.
And it is great to see because, as Mark, you've been a racer, Mark, the amount of tuning that goes in, even when you just bolt on a set of radials, like race radials.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of mucking around, setting up, you know, like, depending on how advanced your suspension is, but, you know, like mucking around with spring rates and tyre pressures and everything. And if you have multiple drivers, like, you know, we had 2 drivers in the Trana, so, you know, luckily we had the suspension set up with a really good guy.
We've got smoke down the deep end in the rocket lane, a fair bit of smoke coming out of that car.
Indeed.
Because last week we had a pretty serious oil
Yeah,
spill.
we had one guy have a motor detonate on him and, yeah, got a bit of oil under the tyres and went a little bit skatey.
Yeah.
So, we just got all the safety crew down there at the moment, just having a good look at the track. Make sure there is nothing down there. And yeah, there's a smoke is just hanging down the end of the track down there, Stu.
Yeah, there's not much in the way of breeze down there at the moment in the area we call Siberia. No doubt we'll have to get the tractor out to do a little bit of a drag, but we will check that out very, very quickly because obviously we want to get back to racing, but we've got to do it safely for all our races as well. Not to mention we got Ross down there too in his wagon. Ross is going to go down for his second pass very, very soon. It is great to see him out on track rather than just spectating.
Yep, spectating's great, but yeah, it's just that next step up in it.
It is its next step up. So we're just waiting to hear through how much gunk there is up in the braking area.
No, all good. So that's good. We've got the all clear on the track. They've had a good look, and especially up the top end where there's a lot of smoke coming out of that car. Could have even just been a little bit of overflow, just on the gearbox, just pumping out through the exhaust.
Well, once again, guys, if you are watching on YouTube or if you're here in Sydney and yet can't get to the track, make sure you do give your mates a message and say, hey, Sydney Dragway is live on Facebook. We are live streaming the entire event. So not just the off-street drag racing, but we will be live streaming the burnouts a little bit later as well. All right, got the all clear, and we got this Falcon down here, Mark. Looks pretty clean, the BABF.
Yep. Up against the Commodore 308.
Yeah. Yeah, that's Ross in that car.
Yep. So pretty much a stock car. Just very well looked after, though.
Absolutely. Well, the Falcon out with a 1.96 in the 60. Ross nice and straight down the rocket lane. Well, an 1170 there for the Falcon and a 1693 there for Ross. As we've got this very tough sounding Falcon on its way out. He's taking on one of the newer model Falcons that came out. Now, if my memory serves me correctly, Mark, I think they might have called these the R-Spec. I think.
Yeah, you could be right. Well, just a bit of an apology on the live stream at the moment. It's decided to play up. It's a bit like a Ford.
We'll get that live stream fixed up as quickly as possible. Well, not too bad there for the Falcon. 1.52 in the 60 and straight, which is encouraging.
Whoa.
Although a bit of spark came out of it right at the end of the finishing line. A 10.30 with an 8 at 133, but that was weird, Mark.
It was indeed a big flash of sparks out from under the car, and it came out the driver's side.
Yeah.
Wonder
if that's exhaust. Might have just come loose. That's the only thing I could think of.
Yeah, I don't know, mate. It still seems to be going, no smoke, no nothing, so hopefully it's all good. We got Ross out in the big Cortina.
All right, Ross the boss. The Ford Cortina, 434 cubes, a Windsor motor on board. Runs in Super Sedan. Super consistent car, but a little bit wild off the start line.
Yeah, it does have its times, doesn't it?
Well, he's toned it down, Mark, but 0.028 on the tree, but 1.35 in the 60. And still runs on through with the 962 with the 6 at 138. But big move to the right in no man's land.
Yeah, it was a little bit more sedate to what it usually is off the line. Usually it's a little bit of a handful, but in just typical Cortina terms, it's pretty much another standard day in the office.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm glad it's him, not me. Just do a quick little mop up on the start line. Might be just a little bit of water. And we're going to get back into the bikes. We got Thomas Stonham down here in the Aeroflay lane on board his Hayabusa.
So last week, Stu, I done a little bit of a video of the Suzuki GT 750.
Yes.
And sent it to one of my mates who's really into them.
Yep.
And yeah, he flicked it off to one of his mates down in Victoria, who's another guy that's way on these things. And mate, they knew the guy that's built it. They knew all about the bike, and yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah. The things about moving in those circles, you've been there for a while, yeah, you get well known.
Well, I'll tell you what, when they bring out the full race spec bike,
yes,
it's going to be awesome. Speaking about bikes, the man that ran the first 5-second pass in Australia on a top fuel motorcycle, Chris Matheson, well, his trailer's out the back. Okay. So whether they've actually bought the Nitro Harley out and giving it a test, obviously they've got their new rider that I have heard on the grapevine that might be riding that bike. Because Chris's bike is, as far as I know, is still in the museum on display, and so it should be, rightfully so. Well, T-Racer just said he's got a project, Series 2 equipped Commodore at home. He wants to bring it here to the track, Mark, and he's upgrading it. It's got a 3.8 litre Ecotec and the 4-speed in it.
Okay.
So, mate, well done, T-Racer. Definitely bring it out, mate, because, you know, this is the best place to test your car.
100%.
That's the sorry sight, seeing the ute getting towed up the return road. Hopefully it's nothing too bad. The driver might be able to get that fixed and bring it back out. Ross the boss coming back up the return road in the Cortina. Tell you what, it's great to have a look at the live stream while also calling the racing and just seeing all these people that are starting to talk to each other from over in England and starting to get, you know of each other, and maybe when they go to a racetrack be like, I know you, or I know of you. Yep. It's fantastic. It's great to see.
Well, it is good, and it's good to see, you know, like people tuning in from other countries and everything to see what we have here. Yeah. And a little bit of comparison to what they do over there. So,
well, I'll tell you what, we can't wait for Carl Cox to get back here to Sydney Dragway with his new Plymouth.
Yep.
Drag car that he's got.
I don't know, mate's sold his Commodore Ute the other day.
Yep.
And it's off to America.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it's a SS Ute.
Yep.
6-litre one. Yeah. The guy had a mechanic over here. The mechanic come home, went right over it, and yeah, they picked it up and carting it back off over to the States. The bloke's got a couple of them over there already.
Wow.
So that's good to see that guys over there have got an interest in our cars.
Absolutely. You know, drive down the street and probably the Americans will be like, what's that?
Yeah. Well, we had a couple go over there.
Yeah.
So,
well, I know there's a couple of ex-supercars over there as well. Jeremy Fisher down there in the rocket lane on board the Royal Enfield, the 650. .08 in the 60 there for Jeremy. He has set a PB last week and he goes a 12.89 with a 7 at 101. That's a good pass there on the Royal Enfield. Of course, Santina Keith and her husband from Revelry Cycles here in Sydney. They do all the mechanical work on Jeremy's Royal Enfield.
And that bike has, since he's had it, just got quicker and quicker and quicker, isn't it?
Yeah,
So it sees what they're doing is paying off.
absolutely. Now we've got this Harley coming out, Mark, and this is like a Benji style bike because it's got the big ape hangers on it.
Yep.
Well, I suppose, you know, if you want to go drag racing, you're not looking at going super fast, you may as well do it in style, shouldn't you?
I'll tell you right now, it's very much in style because we're wearing one jacket. Because he didn't have the right gear. He's borrowed one jacket.
Well, Sally's just joined the stream. G'day, Sally. How are you? Welcome to Sydney Dragway and Aeroflow, a race for real.
Well, 13.9 to a 12.8 for the Aeroflow. We're back round into cars again. We've got the Rexy up against the VZ Commodore with the lovely big N on the back window.
Yeah, we don't mind seeing the big N. A little bit of nitrous on board there for the Commodore. I just thank Aeroflow for their continued support here of our race for real here at Sydney Dragway. And of course, if you've got a car in the build and you're thinking, well, man, I don't know if I've got enough money and you want to get a loan,
Yep.
well, hey, why not give Pepper Money a call
For sure.
and get in touch with those guys? Well, Brett Stutchbury it's coming up with in that Holden Commodore. Not sure whether it is Brett or not. He normally runs in the Super Street class.
Very sluggish off the line. Just didn't seem to want to pick up. Then all of a sudden, just picked up and I think kicked in with a shot of nitrous.
Yep.
And brought it alive. 13.0, 122 miles an hour, and that's probably where we got the big miles an hour from.
All right, the Subaru WRX down here in the Aeroflow lane. Now, I did see a little article on Facebook the other day. Apparently, in Japan, and it's not confirmed yet, but the Subaru were looking at doing another wagon, but more like an Outback, but with the WRX running gear in it.
Okay. So it's a bit like the old GT.
Yeah, effectively, yeah. Which I think is a good move.
Yeah.
Whether they do it or not, I'm not sure. But, you know, it's certainly another avenue that they can investigate.
I'd be interested to see, Stu, if any of the engine builders out there have had a play with the 6-cylinder Subaru motor.
Yeah, I'm not sure. That's actually a really good question.
There's a lot of interest in them when they first come out, but yeah, looked like popularity just dropped off them.
I still think Subaru need to get that WRX wagon with a manual gearbox in it.
Yeah.
I know most people love driving autos, and I can understand why, but I think from a performance point of view and for people that do like to have a little bit of fun in their cars, I really think that Subaru need to put a manual in it.
Yeah, I think it should be an option.
I think it should be too.
Yep.
Well, the R33 Skyline winding it up in the burnout.
Get some heat in those tyres.
Absolutely. I wonder if he's running radials. I'll tell you what, if you're out the back, guys, and you're racing this evening, I'd probably suggest you text the wife or text your partner and say, hey, I'm racing tonight and we're live on Facebook or YouTube. Why don't you watch me race while you're doing whatever you're doing?
Log on in.
That's it.
I'll tell you what, Stu, we might go up onto the big screen.
Yep.
We'll take a little break and we'll be back with you very, very shortly here. Aeroflow, Race for Real.
We've always had a few cars. They're all special. The T-Bird.
Oh, that's mine.
The Combi for when we want to get away. The XR8.
It's going to be a classic.
They're all insured with Shannon's,
We've also got Shannon's home and contents cover.
which helps protect our automotive collectibles, tools and memorabilia in the home and garage. If you're motoring enthusiasts like us, it's got to be.
Shannon's.
Shannon's, insurance for motoring enthusiasts. Call 13 46 46 for a quote.
BikeReview.com.au is Australia's leading website for performance and modified motorcycles. BikeReview.com.au is the only motorcycle-focused website to feature motorcycle drag racing on a regular basis. And in the words of editor Jeff Ware, our involvement with Sydney Dragway is our way of putting back into one of our favourite sports. BikeReview.com.au.
Aeroflow Performance provides a wide range of high-quality performance products for racers, street machines and hot rodders. From fittings, fuel system components, intake solutions and even turbocharger systems, you can see it all at aeroflowperformance.com.
We have these things pegged at 9,000 RPM for up to 50 laps, copping mud and debris.
As the crew chief, it's my job to make sure my wife Michelle has the safest and fastest car possible.
My customers want race car performance with show car looks.
From skiing to ocean racing, we run for over an hour at full north. Quality and reliability is everything.
Doesn't matter what you drive, rotor, import, street race.
These aren't your standard performance parts. Designed here in Australia, we've been involved in testing since the beginning.
The range started with a few hundred parts and has progressed to well over 10,000.
We need something that'll perform and outlast the competition.
That's why I use the best performance parts on the market.
That's why I use Aeroflow.
That's why we use Aeroflow.
Aeroflow's got something for you.
Well, guys, we're back here at Aeroflow Race for Real here at Sydney Dragway, the pocket rocket firing on all 8 cylinders. And in commentary with me tonight, the legend himself. We call him Mr. Holden, Mark Thomas. He bleeds red. And right now, we've got a very, very tough GTR out there in the Aeroflow lane. Now, speaking about GTRs, I just noticed on Facebook that the National Motor Racing Museum at Bathurst, they've got 2 of the Group A GTRs on display.
Okay, yep.
So they've got one of the old Winfield Racing, and they've also got one of the actual Nissan Motorsport Group A GTRs from the old Mark Scaife, Jim Richards days.
Okay. That was a very interesting finish to a race.
Yes, it was. And a very interesting comment on live TV as well. But, you know, hey, in the heat of the moment, it happens, you know.
Everyone says what they think.
That's right. If I could do that, I'd be sacked on the spot. Not that I'd want to do it. We've got the Ford Territory down here in the rocket lane. A little bit of barra power on board.
Yeah, it's just missing one thing.
Turbo. Yeah. And he's up against the Audi, which goes 1.67 in the 60s on the brakes at half track. 6.88 to the 8th mile. And runs on through with 1365. Man, I'm wondering what this thing can do. Because obviously, as we said earlier, that Audi went 8.5 up in Queensland at 163 miles per hour or thereabouts from 999 Automotive. And hey, look, big congratulations to those guys. They can put their hand up and go, hey, we've run an 8.5 second pass.
I'd love to know how much work they had to do to get it there.
Yeah, yes, I dare say there would have been a fair bit, I reckon.
We know how much work the guys do on some of the ones down here, and it's not a real lot of work to get them into the 10s. So, like 8s is a whole different ball game, but yeah, it'd be interesting to see how far they had to go with it, and if there's a lot of gear out there in the high performance stuff for them.
Well, there was at one stage. There was a company that actually which escapes me for the moment. I think it was APR. They were out here a few years ago, and they actually had a night out here with all the Volkswagens and everything.
Yep.
But they do stuff for Audi, Volkswagen, Skoda, and so forth as well.
So are they a European company?
I think they were Japanese.
Yeah,
Oh, they might have been European, actually. I'm not quite sure. I don't even know if they're still around, to be honest.
Yep.
I did hear a rumour that they'd folded. But don't quote me on that, ladies and gentlemen. All right, the big XB down here in the Aeroflow lane.
He's up against the Chev.
I love this thing. I love this XB. I'm not really a Ford man. I'm more of a Mazda man. But you got to love the big XBs. 1.67 in the 60. You close your eyes and you can think of Alan Moffat at Bathurst. And in 11.08, admittedly that was in an XC, not an XB, but fundamentally a similar thing.
And 13.0, 92 miles an hour. Got a bit of a problem with our big screen up that end. In the miles an hour on the rocket.
Yeah, 92.25.
Wow, that's cool.
Well, Cliff is watching the event. He says, is this live? The answer is yes, Cliff, it is live. We are live from start to finish here at Aeroflow Race for Real this evening.
And 11.1, 130 miles an hour to a 13.2, 107 miles an hour.
We've just got a question fired in from T-Racer, who's watching the live stream, asking, can L and P plate drivers allowed to race here at the track? Well, P platers, yes. L platers, no. No. So if you've got your P plates, you are able to come out and race. If you've got your L plates, unfortunately, you cannot race.
Yep, that's exactly right. But you can come out and be a passenger in the car.
That's right, you certainly can.
Yep, as long as you're over 18.
And you've got all the proper safety gear as well. Well, Mark, this should be good. We've got King 2 leader out here.
Okay.
I haven't seen this car for a little while. He looks like he's got a set of radials sitting on the back of the car, taking on this Commodore wagon. Of course, I don't know what it's like over in the UK and America, but for all our UK viewers, the GTR scene here in Sydney has just gone ballistic in the last 12 months. Absolutely ballistic. And that is also a big, huge thank you to the workshops like Matooks, as well as Croydon Racing Developments and Birrong Automotive, just to name a few. Of course, the other weekend, Mark, we had the debut of the Croydon Racing Developments Zeus R35 GTR.
Yep.
A bit of haze coming out of that Commodore there, Mark, down the Aeroflow lane. The GTR runs on through with a 12.36 with the 2.
And 14.1, 99 miles an hour for the Commodore. That thing comes on boost really quick, doesn't it?
It was certainly bouncing around a fair bit in the rear end as well.
We got the fair lane down here in the Aeroflow lane, up against the V and Commodore.
Yeah, the son of Simbad out there. That's Gembad.
Okay, just a quick little bit of a mop-up down in the aeroflow lane on the line. Oh, the V6 VN.
Should be a pretty good race between these two cars. Well, I'll tell you what, the Commodore loading it up on the start line. 1.76 in the 60.
It's not too bad for a manual.
No, it's very, very good. It runs on through 1360 at 100 miles per hour. I did not expect the 1360 out of that car.
Me either. And 15.7, 88 miles an hour. Yeah. Well, this looks good down here, Stu. You've got the HSV with the big N on the back window.
Yeah, one of our regulars back out in the VE. He gives this car an absolute hiding every Wednesday night. And it's reliable, which is, I mean, touch wood, it's reliable, but I'll probably put the commentator's curse on him now. I have a habit of doing that. But he's up against Ross in his Commodore wagon.
He's VT.
Yeah. Well, an 084 on the tree there for the VE. Ross goes 2.60 in the 60 at 2, but it's getting better on the reaction times.
Yep.
They're slowly coming down. It's all practice.
Yeah, it is indeed. And 12.7, 111 miles an hour for the Rocket Lane. And 18.7, 57 miles an hour for the Aeroflow Lane. We're now moving back into bikes again, which we have a great turnout of bikes tonight.
Yeah, well, being it's Matt Duff's birthday today. I didn't ask him how old he was, though, Mark. I thought I'd be nice. I won't ask. But Casper down here on the Boozer.
Don't ask him, you just ask someone else.
Yeah.
And then give it to him.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you what, he's already done a .011 on the tree this evening, which is one of the better reaction times that we've seen this evening. Casper doing a great job. 1.70 in the 60 there, and he runs on through with a 967 at 145 to a 1060 at 145. Good run from both those races.
Yeah, two good passes. But when you look at the ETs to the miles an hour, they're both at 145, but we've got a 9.6 and we've got another one in a 10.6.
Yeah. All right, Michael Richards back out in the Aeroflow lane on board the AMS water meters. Jexa 750. Runs in the street bike class at our Speed Addict Clothing Company New South Wales State Championship Series that we run here at Sydney Dragway, which is coming up very, very soon. For all the information, guys, jump on to sydneydragway.com.au.
Well, 11.1 to a 10.3. We got our two P-platers.
Yeah. Yeah, great to see the P-platers out here doing it the right way and doing it safely. Unfortunately, you know, we did see during the week there was a terrible bike accident, and condolences do go to the family. But this is the place where you can do it safely, where you can ride safely.
Yep, 100%.
11.62 there at 125. Very good run there.
And 14.4, 89 miles an hour for the Aeroflow lane.
We got MGB Chuck watching the live stream as well. G'day, Chuck. Hope you're enjoying all the action from here in Sydney. Our Wednesday night street meets we run every Wednesday night, pending weather.
Yep. The only thing we don't have control over.
That's exactly right.
.10.7, 137 miles now to a 10.9.
Well, here's one thing for you, Mark. T-Racer, who's actually watching the live stream.
Yep.
His name is EJ. Now, I met EJ when he was 10 years old.
Wow, okay.
And when I was working here with Chad back in the day. And his dad, I met him and his dad. His dad used to bring him out every Wednesday night. Hey, that's a young guy now. He's got a car and he wants to come out and drag race.
Yep.
And I'll tell you what, EJ, we look forward to seeing you come out, mate.
Definitely.
You might have to get your dad behind the wheel as well, EJ, and then you can have a bit of a friendly rivalry with Dad.
Yep. Well, 10.9, 127 miles an hour to a 12.2, 101 miles an hour.
Tell you what we haven't had for a little while. We haven't had any step-throughs come out. The little bikes.
No, no, the old posties.
No, we can get the two guys that were out before.
Yep.
A number of weeks ago. Bring the postie bikes back out. Let's have a little bit of fun. I reckon we're going to have the scooter night.
Yep.
I'll even race Benji on one. What do you reckon? The Rocket versus Benji on the scooter.
That would be a great idea.
That'd be great fun.
Great idea.
I'm sure Benji would probably give me a head start, but I reckon it'd be a lot of fun. What do you reckon, guys, over in the UK? Commentator versus producer. What do you reckon?
Yeah, you just press the button and run. Yeah. Waddle.
I reckon there'd be a good laugh, just quietly.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, you got to remember, if I sit on the scooter, I may not be able to reach the ground, so I may not be able to actually get it off the start line, so we don't know yet.
It's all right, mate. You don't have to worry about getting your leg over a petrol tank. It's sitting under your bum.
All right, the little, looks like a Honda Civic Type R. There it goes.
Look at the back window on the Commodore, how many it's been cross-entered.
Nice.
There's 4 numbers on there.
That's excellent.
It is, isn't
That
it?
is excellent.
It's cross-ended, 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 cross-ended. Geez, you could have some fun with that, couldn't you?
Absolutely. Oh, dear. I just put up a post on Facebook so, you know, for people that can't make it to the track can see it. Of course, Adam Bowers, who is one of our racers in the Super Street, a very good friend of mine as well, he said, looking good, Chopper Docket. Thanks, Benj. Of course, for those people that are new here to Sydney Dragway, my actual stage name is Pocket Rocket, but I got nicknamed Shopper Docket, and it just kind of stuck. So, yeah, it's a bit of a... One of our racers, David Muscat, who races, he actually started nicknaming me Shopper Docket, so...
Yeah, that's right. I was going to say, that's trying to get the emphasis off his little nickname.
Absolutely.
And he had that for a long time. I think he does, Benj. I think he really does like it.
All right, the Subaru WRX in the aeroflame lane went 1.94 in the 60. A little bit of smoke out of it on the gear change, and runs on through with the 1452. And the car beside him goes 1850 at 60 miles an hour. All right, Volkswagen Golf.
Oh.
All right, let's see what this one does. For those people that are relatively new to Sydney Dragway, and for the people watching on the stream in particular, particularly if you're over in England or America, we've got a couple of very quick Golfs that come out here to Aeroflow Race for Real. Some of them are down into the 10-second zone, and I know that there's a company here in Sydney called Parkatech. They do a lot of aftermarket tuning on these Golfs, and they are quick.
I worked on one of them on the weekend.
Did you?
Yeah, mate's bought a smash one, so yeah, we squared up the rear end, and he got it all cleaned up, and I welded the back beaver panel in plates, and yeah.
Did you drink any German beer after it?
No.
Okay, I just wanted to double check that you didn't have a Stein glass.
No
Stein. No Stein glass. Okay.
No.
Just thought I'd check.
No schnapps, no nothing.
Oh, really?
I was destroyed afterwards. I'm too old to work on cars anymore.
All right, the Toyota Supra down here in the Aeroflow lane. I'll tell you what, if I get the chance to go and watch Time Attack this year, I'm interested to see how many of these will be out on track in full kit.
Yep. I'll tell you what, the Falcon Ute sitting down in the burnout box, it looks fairly serious. Big set of tyres under the back. A 13.0, 112 miles an hour against an 18.0, 77 miles an hour.
Of course, there's a workshop here in Sydney called Precision Racing, and they do a fair few of these barra-powered utes. And it's great here in Sydney because it's a great contest between Empire Mechanical and Precision. All right, the Commodore down there, just purging the nitrous, but keep your eye on the Falcon Ute.
Yeah, I think we'll see this Ute put in a pretty good pass.
Well, the Commodore out with a 1.63 in the 60.
Ooh. We might have put a curse on this Ute.
I think I did. Oh, Commodore 11.15, 123 for Brett Stutchbury.
Yeah, that definitely got off the line a lot better than it did the previous pass.
I'm looking forward to this next race. Sounds like we've got an RB-powered VL Commodore Calais down here in the Aeroflow lane, taking on the BMW. How nice does this Beamer look?
Yeah, it looks really tricked, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, we've got an RX-4 down here.
Oh, lovely. We've got a great mix of cars here this evening for Aeroflow Race for Real. Of course, we had Jamboree on the weekend up at Willowbank, and a big congratulations must go to Pack Performance, the Pack 6, taking the win.
Yep.
Yeah, sorry, Cliff. If you're new to Sydney Dragway, you've never heard me commentate before. You ask any commentator here in Sydney, and they'll tell you that Stewie's the one that always puts the commentator's curse on cars. So, I try to give him a rap, but it happens. That's why Mark kind of looks at me sometimes. It's like, don't say it, but it comes out anyway. All right, the Beamer, 2.69. The VL with a 1.69 to the 60. I think he's rounding him up around half track.
He has gone round him, but the Beamer's not going too bad either. 11 to 114 to a 14-1 at 80 miles an hour.
All right, the Mazda RX-4. Love to hear the sound of a rotary. Got the Venetian blinds in the back. Great stuff.
Looks trick, doesn't it?
It does. And then one of our regulars out in his FGX Falcon. He is here just about every week.
Whoa, just pops that left-hand wheel.
Well, 1.46 in the 60 for him as well. Tell you what, he's on a cracker of a pass. Oh, he's off it at about just before 1,000 foot and goes at 10.46 with a 5 at 100 miles per hour. Thank you very much.
And 16.4 at 67 miles an hour. We're going to see a really good pass out of that car before the end of the night.
6.45 with the 7 at 109 miles per hour to half track.
And then all of a sudden he's gone back to 100 miles an hour.
Exactly.
How does that happen?
Just playing the game. Playing the game. I.e. don't get booted.
Yep.
For going too quick.
Just tap the brakes. That's all you
it.
need to do.
Work on your short times.
Yep.
All right, Audi up against the Audi. Well, the Rocket Lane out with a 1.69 in the 60. Just moving around a little bit after half track, just a slight wiggle. He goes an 11.77 with a 6.
Okay, no ET at all for the Aeroflow lane.
We've got the Ford Territory on its way back out, up against another one of these very quick Audis.
Well, the Audi, a 1.660 foot. And goes through 10.9, 127 miles an hour to a 15.4 at 89 miles an hour. So a good pass to the Audi.
Yeah, that was a cracker of a pass there. All right, the Silver Bullet is back out. This beautiful looking R33 Skyline. And taking on the P-plater in the Falcon. Don't forget, guys, if you're sitting up in the crowd, obviously watching the racing, if you've got any questions, guys, feel free to fire them through on our live stream.
We will attempt to answer them.
That's it. As long as they're clean. If you've got a birthday or you're out here with your girlfriend, let us know, guys. Put it on live stream, let us know.
Well, lots of people looking under the Falcon. Usually when looking underneath, it's not a good sign.
No, and it's normally it's not just rust that falls out of them, as you and I say, or you in particular. If Paul Galvin's watching the live stream, Paul, we're very sorry, mate.
Yeah, we're just another Falcon.
Yeah. Because Paul Galvin, one of our long-time commentators here at Sydney Dragway.
Yeah, he's not more of a knowledgeable guy than Galvo on Falcons.
Yeah,
or
that's
Fords right. At a total. He's had his a fair share of all types of Fords. You think he would have learned his lesson, wouldn't you?
You'd think so.
Yeah. We did put him in the ultimate race car, didn't we? The Tirana. He was in that for a while. Like 12 years, I think.
So, yeah, 12 years? That long, was it?
Yeah, it was actually,
Jeez.
yeah.
Well, on the 12th, which is coming up, in the not too distant, in about 3 days' time, we've actually got a test and tune coming up here at Sydney Dragway. So you never know what's going to come through the gate. I know of one vehicle that'll be here, and that's one of Chris Matheson's bikes. He'd be licensing a new rider. And then on the 16th, we're back here again for Aeroflow Race for Real here on the 16th. And we will be live streaming that event as well from start to finish. And then on the 19th, we've got the Speed Addict Clothing Company New South Wales Championship. It is round 5. Of course, they're back from their winter break. So all our sportsman races will be out here. That's round 5 of the Speed Addict Clothing Company New South Wales Championship Series. And then on the 23rd, we're back here for Aeroflow Race for Real.
Yep.
And then on the 25th, put it in your diaries, guys, we've got the Aeroflow, thank God it's Friday, Burnout event.
Oh, geez, get out of that.
That's what you don't do on the drag strip,
Like
ladies and gentlemen,
that.
because that's what happens. And that's why when the tyres are spinning, ladies and gentlemen, you get out of it. You don't keep those tyres spinning because, as Mark and I have alluded to on many of an occasion, once that tyre grabs, you're a passenger.
Yep, 100%. And the track is nothing like the road. Yeah, like so many different people do silly things on the road, and you know, like it doesn't react like it does on a track. Once it grips on the track, like Stu said, it just shoots you across.
And we can see the tyre marks all the way off the start line as well. So, you know, I don't know whether you can see it on the live stream, ladies and gentlemen, but obviously if you're up in the crowd, you would have seen that firsthand. This track is not good for drifting, plain and simple. It is not a drifting track.
Not at all.
I mean, that could have ended up similar to that Falcon last week.
Yep.
That demolished its entire front end into the wall. Well, it's a RC car. Well, you already know what Aussies can do with an Anglia because John Willard's already taken over the Aussie Outlaw over there and shown you guys in the UK how us Aussies do it. One of the quickest, if not the quickest, Anglia in the world. Guys, we've just got to fix up the cones, I dare say, down at the end of the track just while... Yep. Just fix that up while this, after that car decided to try drifting down the rocket lane, and that's a big no-no. Guys, we're just going to go for a quick ad break. We'll be back here at Aeroflow Race for Real very, very soon.
Stay informed, up to date and entertained thanks to the Western Weekender. The Western Weekender is Penrith's leading free and local newspaper, delivering the best content from on-the-ground journalists and providing businesses with direct access to potential customers. News, sport, entertainment, puzzles and so much more. The Western Weekender is the heartbeat of Penrith and it's out every Thursday. Get your free copy at selected locations in the area, home delivered, or check out westernweekender.com.au.
Well, we're back here at Aeroflow Race for Real here on this beautiful Wednesday night here in Sydney at Sydney Dragway. And Mark, tell you what, mate, we've got some quick cars here tonight. And we've got some beautifully presented cars here tonight as well.
We do indeed. We've got the gold Fairlane sitting down in the Burnout box. Great looking car. He's up against the VF Commodore. VF Commodore just went round the water.
All right, well, the VF, a little bit too quick on the lights, but hey, you got to try, don't you, Mark? If you're not, don't get a red light, you're not trying.
Exactly right. Well, big Fairlane goes through 13.1 at 104 miles an hour to a 16.6 at 86 miles an hour.
All right, King 2 Litre is out in the Aeroflow lane. As I said earlier, I haven't seen this car for a little while. Got a nice set of radials on the rear end of it, Mark. Means the business.
Yep. He's up against the Chev.
Well, that car down there in the rocket lane, Mark, he's staged really right out of the groove there, but
yes,
it's obviously helping him maybe a little bit of wheel spin. All right, King 2 Litre. Oh, bit of tyre spin off the line, 1.94 in the 60, but look at it, come on song, Mark.
Yes, indeed, and he just backs it off just as he crosses the line. 11.4, 118 miles an hour to a 14.3. 93 miles an hour.
So guys, if you just joined us on the live stream, we are live streaming the entire event. So from start to finish. So we will be live streaming the burnouts as well. That'll be coming up a little bit later. But if you are racing tonight out the back, guys, make sure you tell your friends that you're racing and get them to jump online, or even better, get them to come out here to the track and cheer you on from the stands. All right, the Area 51 Custom Performance Caprice down here up against this very clean-looking VX. These guys are getting a little bit more serious with this car as well. Set of radials on the rear end of it, nitrous on board.
Yeah, I think it's only got a small shot at the moment, Stu. I dare say it won't be too long and they'll stick a bit more into it.
Well, 060 on the tree in the rocket lane. Great reaction time. Both of them in the 2.03 second bracket in the 60. And a 12.05 with the 9 there for the Area 57 Custom Performance. But wiggling around a little bit, Mark, around half track.
Yeah, it was indeed. And not the usual pass. But 12.0, 118 miles an hour to a 19.7, 78 miles an hour. So you've got the VZ Commodore down in the Aeroflow lane up against the XB Falcon.
Well, his number plate, Mark, is 38 late. I think that's meant to say 3.8 late. Is that right? That's the way I'd read it?
Yep.
I didn't know you were ever late in a 3.8. At least you know it's reliable. I just got a call from down in the deep end.
Yeah, we're just holding these cars up at the moment.
Zach's on the live stream. He says, hi, Stuart. G'day, Zach. How are you, buddy? Alright, guys, we're just having a quick look in the rocket lane. Potentially might be just a little light spray of fluid. They're just having a good and hard look. Obviously, we've got to have to before we send this big XB down, because this is such a beautiful car. And down in the aeroflow lane as well, we're just having a quick look as well. We're not too far away, ladies and gentlemen, from having Ross the Boss and Joe Sabello come back out. Joe's getting good now. It's good to see him straight into the 8.9 straight off the trailer mark.
Yep.
It's encouraging. It's great to see a whole heap of bikes down there. And look, I can see the bike guys from up here in the studio because we've actually got a camera that faces into the staging lanes. And we can see it up here in the studio. You guys in the bikes, give us a wave if you're having a good night. They are ignoring me. I think they're just like, what? They're talking about us again. Nah, it's all right. Nah, it's good to see them out here. Of course, it's not Race for Real without our two-wheeled counterparts. And, of course, during the warmer months here at Sydney Dragway, we do run dedicated bike nights for street bikes.
Yeah, you can get a great following for that.
Oh, yeah. It's starting not too far away either, guys. So do keep an eye on the Sydney Dragway Facebook page, as well as our official sydneydragway.com.au web page, because it is a very, very good night. It's just dedicated motorcycles, but for street bikes only. Of course, one man that I'm not sure if he's here tonight, Mark, which I'm a bit surprised at, is Wally Hoster, because conditions today have been fantastic.
Yep.
You know, around that low 22, 23 degree mark here today, and the track would have a fair bit of heat in it.
Yep.
And that BC Performance Suzuki Jaxa 1000 of his.
Oh, yeah.
He's doing a great job on it.
We're definitely having a real good look at that track down there. Well, I do seem to be mopping up a little bit down that end of the track, Stu.
Yeah, it doesn't look too bad in the sense that they're got the tractor mobile at the moment. So it might be just a few little spots that have made their way onto that racing surface.
Yeah, tractor's coming out now.
Oh, it's coming out now, is it? Okay. Well, they will be giving the track a little bit of a rub. Tell you what, Mark, I cannot wait to see that Mazda RX-4 come out again.
Yes.
Of course, you know, those people that know me know that I make no secret. I do love my rotaries. I do love my sport compact drag racing vehicles that we have here in the country, and not that I get to watch a lot of it from around the world, but I'll tell you what, I wish I watched some of the live stream from Willowbank, because yeah, the racing up there is just cracker. And, you know, we're very fortunate that we've got not only have we got some of the quickest factory extreme cars in the country here in Sydney, but we've also got some of the quickest radial pro street GTRs in the country, let alone the world.
Yep.
Here in Sydney as well. So Rob Margin in Jun 2, who's now driving Zeus, the R35 GTR Pro Mod.
Yeah, we've definitely got some good builders down here. And they're not too far from the track either.
No.
So they're well placed.
And I think the encouraging thing too, Mark, I mean, obviously America is probably the mecca when it comes to drag racing around the world. But when you look, and Puerto Rico with their sport compact racing, but when you look at what we do here in Australia, we're really not that far off them, really.
No, well, we break a lot of world records.
We do.
Which is sensational.
All right, guys, just going to get the tractor to do a little bit of a rub down in the Aeroflow lane. If you've got a car that's being built, guys, make sure you grab yourself a copy of the Aeroflow Performance Parts Catalogue, or definitely do check them out on their webpage, rocketindustries.com.au or aeroflow.com.au. Mark's got a copy of the parts catalogue up here in the studio, and I can see about, I reckon there's about 10 bookmarks sitting in the top of it.
Yeah, that's my wish list.
I know. How much more do you need for the ute?
Oh, I need a lot more than my wallet can support.
Well, I was going to say, you're looking at turbos, and I'm like, oh, here we go. Okay. Having said that, though, I would love to see your ute beat Galvo's Mustang.
Well, nothing is ruled out, is it?
Absolutely not. It'd be a good friendly race.
Yeah. Yes. We've raced against each other for a fair bit.
Yep. Well, guys, we're just going to go up to the big screen, get a few words from our sponsors, and then we'll be back here at Aeroflow Race for Real very, very soon.
Bank said no to your home loan? Talk to us.
Not a bank.
Talk to Australia's real-life non-bank for home loans, car loans, personal loans. Pepper Money, the home of loan options.
Not slow.
Not difficult.
Not just ticking boxes.
Not a bank.
Talk to Australia's real-life non-bank for home loans, car loans, personal loans. Pepper Money, the home of loan options.
Stay informed, up to date and entertained thanks to Para News. Para News is Parramatta and the Cumberland area's leading free and local newspaper, delivering the best content from on-the-ground journalists and providing businesses with direct access to potential customers. News, sport, entertainment, puzzles and so much more. Para News really is the heartbeat of Parramatta and Cumberland, and it's out every Tuesday. Get your free copy at selected locations in the area or check out paranews.com.au.
Aeroflow Performance provides a wide range of high-quality performance products for racers, street machines and hot rodders. From fittings, fuel system components, intake solutions and even turbocharger systems, you can see it all at aeroflowperformance.com.
Speed Addict Clothing Co. Fast clothes for fast people. Shop now at speedaddictco.com.au.
How would it be if we funded a pilot?
Well, guys, we're back here at Aeroflow Race for Real. Now, if you missed it earlier, guys, I do have some upcoming events that are coming up here at the drag strip. On Saturday, so on Saturday the 12th, we've got a test and tune on here at the track. Now, we don't know, well, I don't know who's coming through the gate. I know one person's here already, which is Chris Matheson. As far as I'm aware, he's brought down his Nitro Harley, and he's actually got a new rider that will be licensing on that bike. His Australian record setting, Larry McBride built bike, that is in the museum at the moment. But I'll tell you what, doesn't matter whether Matho would be riding that or if he's got somebody else riding the Jackhammer. I can tell you right here now, it's going to be fast.
Yep.
It'll be fast. Then on the 16th, we're back here on Wednesday night for Aeroflow Race for Real. And a big thank you to Aeroflow. And a few people that are on the live stream have been flicking through the content. And
yeah,
I think they're getting itchy fingers just quietly.
Oh, mate, it's wrong. You just sit there and you go through it and you just, I want that, I want that, I want that.
Well, I think Gypsy has already started to bookmark what she wants to put on her car, or he put on his car. So there might be an order come through Rocket, maybe. Who knows? And then on the 19th, guys, we've got round 5 of the Speed Addict Clothing Company New South Wales Championship Series. All our fantastic bracket racers are back from their winter break, and they resume their championship. Now, to the racers that are out the back, you guys obviously love Race for Real, and you're doing an exceptional job. But if you're thinking to yourself, you know what, I want to step it up.
Yep.
Well, I'll tell you what, guys, you can actually partake in the Speed Addict Clothing Company New South Wales State Championship Series. We've got a bracket called Street Fighter, which is primarily for street cars. So you can bring your daily driver out and you do real racing, so 3 rounds of qualifying. You nominate a time, and then you run off the handicap that way. And look, we've got all types of cars coming out. We've got V8 Commodores. We've got a 22nd Toyota RAV4 that comes out and races as well in the Street Fighter class. So, you know, it's not just for the super fast cars, and it's a great stepping stone from Race for Real to proper championship racing.
Yep.
And you're still running it on a budget, and it's a lot of fun. Everyone does a great job. We've got everything from your street cars all the way through to our V8 beating 8th Mile Junior Dragsters.
Yep.
The juniors are awesome. I still want to have a drive one of those, I'm telling you right here and now. And before Ben says anything, we don't give him a microphone, guys, if you're watching the live stream, because, some of the stuff,
reason.
Yeah, some of the stuff that comes out of Ben's mouth, we can't actually put to air. But he tells me I've got to find a junior dragster that I can actually reach the pedals in. So thanks, Benj. But we got everything from that all the way up to our supercharged Outlaws that run in the low 6s, high 5s. And sometimes we do have a couple of Group 1 cars that might come out to do a little bit of testing as well. So sometimes we might have an alcohol funny car come out. On the odd occasion, we might have a fuel car come out to do some testing as well. But no, it's a great day out, and it's a good time to bring the family out. It's a very relaxed atmosphere. And if you're up in the stands, guys, you can go down to the pits as well at that event.
Yep.
You can walk down, have a look at all the cars, and most of the drivers down there, they're pretty happy for people to ask about the car. Sometimes, if you've got young kids, they might even let the kids sit in the car.
Yes.
And you get a photo. I try to do that. Doesn't always work. Admittedly, it's with Adam Bowers, who races in Super Street. Adam is a very colourful character, great guy. And Danny Stademeyer, who sometimes comes out here to Aeroflow Race for Real, because Danny's been racing for a long time. He runs in the Street Fighter class. He's got an AU Falcon.
Yep.
Manual, 6-cylinder. Has a lot of fun in that car. Just recently swapped to radials in that car too.
Yep.
So, you know, it's a great day out for the family.
It's actually 3.5 is a really good class because you don't have a car where you have to spend a lot of prep time on it.
That's right.
It's in between races. You're not running around the car, checking and working on it. You can just sit back, relax, and it's good competitive racing.
It is, and it's a very, very tough bracket in its own right,
Yep.
too. So, look, to all the guys that are out and girls that are out the back, as we're zeroing in on the bike guys, Sydney Random Rides. Now, where's the birthday boy? Oh, he's hiding. He's hiding, is he? He's run away. Apparently, he's down near scrutineering bench. So, where is he? Oh, I think he's hiding. Oh, come on, Matt. Stop hiding. You're being shown all around the world, mate. No, that's not Matt. Benji's got the camera going around. That's our scrutineering shed. Well, I didn't see Casper down there either. Thomas Stonham. Oh, he's out the back as well, is he? They're all hiding. Ah, man. Well, at least you guys are there. That's the main thing. Our motorcycle riders from Sydney Random Rides to do a... Oh, there's Casper. There he is. Hey, the model. Michael Richards down there as well, one of our officials here at Sydney Dragway. Also very, very good rider. Yes, Casper, we know you've got big muscles, mate. There's Jeremy sitting on his Royal Enfield. G'day, Jeremy. You're being shown all around the world, mate, doing it for the Royal Enfields. Big thank you to Revelry Cycles, who are helping Jeremy out a lot with that bike as well. And we put our camera down into showing the staging lanes as well. Just some of the cars. Benji doing a fantastic job with the cameras. We've just got the tractor still going up and down the Aeroflow lane. Got that beautiful looking Falcon down there as well. Everybody looking nice and relaxed. I think just in front of that as well, we've got that really nice looking BMW. Now, would you be fair to say, Mark, that we almost call that Audi Grey?
Oh, yes.
The guys from Atomic Racing.
Yeah, I think that is Nardo Grey.
Yeah. Now, I'm not sure whether he's in the lanes or not, ladies and gentlemen, but we'll try and get him on camera if he's there. G'day, guys. Put a wave to the camera because going all around the world, there's people watching from England as well. Now, Joe Sabello's not actually in the lanes, but we were hoping we could actually get a shot of Joe, the man who's done probably the most passes down this quarter mile.
It's getting a bit late, so he's probably gone home.
Well, I didn't see him with slippers on earlier, so...
Mate, I'm sure I drove past his car and there was a dressing gown hanging up in the window of it, so... Yeah.
Or in his thermos of hot tea.
Yeah.
No, we love Joe. He's an absolute character. But look, a big thank to all our racers that have come out this evening, as well as everybody who's up in the crowd. Of course, one thing, if you're watching on the live stream, guys, one thing about Aeroflow Race for Real, it's not just about the off-street drag racing, it's also about the burnouts as well. And one thing that we love here at Sydney Dragway, and one thing that I particularly love to see, is that when the parents bring the kids out, and the kids are up in the stands, because I know there's a lot of kids that love burnouts. Are there any kids in the crowd? Kids, put your hands up if you love burnouts. I can see a young fella down the front there. There we go. That's how we do it here in Sydney, ladies and gentlemen. Do that again, buddy. Show us your limited finger. Woo! That's what I'm talking about. I'll tell you what, guys, when the burnouts start, that's how we do it here in Sydney. We go crazy. The Burnout family. We love them here at Sydney Dragway. Little buddy up in the stands there. What a little legend. More people up in Burnout Central, as we call it here at Sydney Dragway. It's not the grandstand, because let's be honest, it's too generic. Too generic.
Yes, yeah.
Way too generic. I reckon we've got to get these crazies down the front bench. There's a couple of kids right down the very front, and they look like true burnout people because they look a little bit crazy. I like loud, crazy people. You know that. When I get up there with the microphone, they all go shy. But in the centre bench, just near the start of the burnout pad, there they are, up on the big screen. Hey, you're on live stream all around the world. Give people in England a wave. How good are the women doing in the soccer? They are killing it. Well, tell you what, we've got a guy here called Mad Mike who said, hello from Germany. Welcome, Mike. All right, guys, well, hopefully we won't be too far away from jumping back into racing. Obviously, the tractor's just doing a few passes in the second half of the racetrack. We do have to make sure the track is 100% right before we send any cars. Doesn't matter whether it's a street car or a 10,000 horsepower top fuel car. We need to make sure that our track is safe. Look at these legends up here in the stand. Oh, yeah. You get whacked in the head. That's not very nice. It's like WWE wrestling up in Burnout Central at the moment. Great stuff. We love our fans here at Sydney Dragway, and you know, it's not a race meet without them here. Now, of course, guys, if you're here to Sydney Dragway, it is your first time as well. We do have trackside viewing as well, which is just next to that green Commodore. More great people up in the stand, our fantastic supporters here at Sydney Dragway. Of course, one man that's a big supporter here at Sydney Dragway, and it's good to see him out racing this evening, is Ross, one of our #1 spectators. He's out here pretty much all the time. Well, we got Mike Steele, who's just joined the chat, watching from Nashville, Tennessee in the US. G'day, Mike. How are you, mate? Welcome. I know it's a music city. As a matter of fact, Mike, I've actually got a gentleman over in Nashville who I actually know quite well. His name is Troy Kemp. He is one half of Australian country duo McAllister Kemp. He is actually over there with his lovely wife, Alicia. and generating some fantastic music out of Nashville as well. Well, guys, engines have refired. We are about to go back to racing. And we got the big XB about to take on the Commodore. See, Gypsy, I like you, Gypsy. There's only two types of music, country and western. That's right, country rock rocks. I've even got a famous hat, believe it or not, that I wear here now and again to Sydney Dragway for two reasons. One, it's not because it keeps the sun off my head, and the other reason because it annoys Benj, our producer, as well, who's up here in the studio. So... All right, guys, we're back to racing. Thank you to everybody in the crowd. You've been shown all around the world, and hopefully we can get a bigger crowd next week because we will be live streaming from start to finish. All right, well, the BXP 1.88 in the 60. The Commodore with a 2.7. Maybe just a slight issue off the start line. The big XB 1136 with a 2. 123 miles per hour. Rock and roll Aussie style. Great stuff there from the big Falcon. All right, next up, we've got one of our regulars back out. The VE Commodore with a little bit of nitrous on board. Okay, guys, looks like they picked up just a few little spots of oil out of one of these cars. Looks like it's just popped out of the Commodore. So just for safety reasons, guys, we may send him around the back just to double check that there is nothing leaking, unless our start line crew are happy to send him. All right, VE Commodore up against the wagon now. I've made no secret of the fact that I love wagons as drag cars. And, of course, for those people that have been around drag racing for a very, very long time, they'll know that we had a very, very famous Commodore hearse years ago, run by Mark King. Yes, Mike. Chris Diggles, one of our well-known commentators here in Australia. Bump City, yes, that is his catch call for radial racing. Unfortunately, Mike, I am no Chris Diggles. I am Stewie, also known as Pocket Rocket. So, or as Ben calls me, Shopper Docket. Yes, the $100 Shopper Docket. But, yeah, I got tickets on myself, you know it. Oh, $50, give me a break. Give me a break. I'll tell you what, Benj, we had the camera on the crowd earlier. I reckon we got them fired up. I cannot wait for the burnouts later because I reckon we're going to get a fair bit of noise coming through our track mics. Ooh, it's an RC car. Bump City, baby. That's right. It is Bump City, baby, when Chris Diggles is in the house. Of course, Chris, I've been lucky enough to commentate with Chris, and I love commentating with Chris. He's a top bloke. Now, a little bit of wheel spin there out of the Commodore wagon. The VE goes 1.62 in the 60, runs on through 1085 with the 6 at 125. But the wagon, a little bit unrepresentative of what that car is capable of. Only went 3.01 in the 60. So we will have to check that car down in the deep end. But we've got Ross coming out very, very soon in his Commodore wagon. And taking on one of our regulars in this Falcon Ute. Now, this Falcon Ute has been out here plenty of times at Sydney Dragway. Always puts on a fantastic show. I love seeing this car out here. It is great. We're not too far away from the bikes either that are out the back. I don't know whether Benji can swap the camera to the staging lanes at all, but we can see everybody on their bikes getting ready. I don't think I've ever seen motorcycle riders look so relaxed. Yes, Casper. Now, where's the birthday boy? Where is he? Up the back? Can we zoom in, Benj? Can we find him? Where is he? Is he still out the back? He must be hiding. He's hiding from us. That's all right. We'll get him on camera at some stage, Casper. All right, we get back to racing, and Ross coming out now in his Commodore wagon up against this very tough Ute, Get 427. As we welcome Mark Thomas back onto commentary. G'day, Mark.
I'm caffeined up now.
You are caffeined up?
All good
all
now.
All right, you're fired up like me. Good stuff.
This Ute is quick.
It's an animal, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Mate, we were looking out there earlier for Joe.
Yep.
He's in the tunnel.
He's in the tunnel, is he?
Yeah, he's sitting down there patiently waiting.
Well, I'll tell you what, Get 427, 1.58 in the 60. The big Falcon doing what it does best. And a 10.59 with a 123 miles an hour.
It's quick.
Oh, yeah. And Ross running on through with an 18.08 with a 6.
Yep, which is not too bad at all. Stock as a rock V8 Commodore.
And extremely well looked after as well.
Yeah.
All right, we've got Gembad out there now in the fair lane.
And the VZ Commodore right beside him.
Yeah, this. Sorry, I was going to say this VZ mark is beautiful in that Monaro blue, and that bonnet scoop looks fantastic.
We've got the Joe and Ross show happening.
Oh, yeah. Oh, Gembad, 0.808 on the tree, 2.37 in the 60. Side by side with the VZ, and he gets the win, a 15.68 at 88 miles per hour to a 16.43 at 70 miles an hour.
Well, I was going to say earlier there, Stu, have a look down here at this blue VK.
Yeah, tidy as. This thing is beautiful.
Mint, absolutely mint.
All right, Smoking Joe Sabello in the Aeroflow lane in the Datsun Skyline, the supercharged 6 litre underneath the bonnet. And in beside him, Ross the Boss Bilby in his 434 Windsor-powered Ford Cortina.
Couple of words from the starter to Joe.
Yeah.
Don't cross the line.
Yeah.
He just shrugs his shoulders.
Yeah. Well, Ross had a big, hard go at the tree there, 0.007 red. Both of them good on a good pass. Well, 9.04 for Joe to a 9.60. I actually thought that might have been a little bit quicker.
Yeah, I did too. It I left the line really well. Good 60 foot. Yeah, Ross has just popped in the air and done the usual move across to the right side. But just moved a little bit aggressively across.
Just a little bit. All right, tidy as. This beautiful looking blue VK.
A bit of nitrous on board.
Just doing a quick mop up. Maybe just a little bit of condensation is coming out a few of these cars. Nice big turn of the tyres there from Tidy As.
Just nice and slow and carefully, just edging into lights. Quick purge of the nitrous.
Well, 1.52 in the 60 mark. Nice and straight down the Aeroflow lane. And a 10.09 with a 2, 135. Great pass there from Tidy As.
Wonder if that's a turbo car.
I don't know.
And he's just got the nitrous on there just to give it that, just to spool it up that little bit better. Because he sat there for a fair while on the start line, didn't it? Just as if he was just, you know, spooling it up.
All right, Michael Richards down there in the rocket lane on board the Jexa 750, the AMS Water Meters Suzuki. Well, 0.97 on the tree there from Michael, 2.08 in the 60. The bike, the P-plate next to him got a slightly better 60 foot. Michael running on through with a 10.81 with a 7 at a 134.
And 14 free at 89 miles an hour for the Aeroflow lane. Again, another real super consistent bike.
Yeah, he does very well, Michael Richards, on that bike. Just goes to show too, Mark, that you don't have to have a Hayabusa or a 1000cc Suzuki.
No, not at all.
For the style of racing that Mike does, which is bracket racing.
Yep.
As long as you're consistent, you can run the numbers.
So it's GSXRs and the R1s and all those, you know, like the R6s. Perfect bikes.
Absolutely.
Plenty of power. And the power to weight is spot on for those bikes.
It certainly is. I'll say g'day to Itchy Punk Rock Biker, who's listening in on the live stream. G'day, buddy. Hope you're enjoying the night. Something just came off that bike slightly in the Aeroflow lane. Not quite sure what it is. Didn't slow him down though. 130 miles an hour.
No, not at all.
Yeah. Well, great 60 foot there from the bike in the rocket lane, 1.90 in the 60. And running on through, 10.61 at 138. Great pass there in the rocket lane.
And 11.9, 117 in the Aeroflow lane.
Well, an 086 there on the tree for the bike in the Aeroflow lane. Sub 2 seconds to the 60. He runs on through with a 10.90 with an 8. 127 to a 10.87 at 137. Tell you what, the bikes have started to really rip in now.
Yeah, they're turning it up.
All right, Thomas Stonham in the Aeroflow lane on board, here's Suzuki Hayabusa running for Sydney Random Rides. Do check them out on Facebook, like the page. They're a great bunch of motorcycle enthusiasts from here in Sydney. And he's taking on that beautiful looking Harley. Little squirm of the rear tyre there for the Harley.
Yeah, it did move out. I think it just caught him a little bit unaware.
And a 9.59 with a 4, 145 miles an hour there for Casper.
And 12.4, 110 miles an hour for the Rocket Lane. It's either a Harley or a chaff cutter. It's one of the two.
That'd be the birthday boy. That'd be Matty Duff. 10.51, 138. Great pass there. And the bike in the Aeroflow lane.
Yeah, 14.3 at 91 miles an hour.
Well, thank you, Sally, for watching the live stream from here. It's in Sydney, our Aeroflow Race for Real.
Okay, we just have one of our track crew just down there, just grabbing something off the track, I think. Is that what it was, Ben? Oh, okay, yep.
Well, 10.36 with a 1 at a 1.49 to an 11.28 at 1.22. It looks like we've got a little bit of fluid that is coming out of this bike that was due to go down the rocket lane. And we've got steam coming out of it too, Mark, which is not a good sign.
No, it's very unusual too.
It's very
not too
unusual.
often you see a bike having a fluid problem.
No.
Did they use what? That's unbelievable. I've never heard of that before.
Well, Zach just joined the stream. Are you streaming the burnouts? Yes, we are, Zach. We'll definitely be showing the burnouts a little bit later. All right, Matt Duff, 1.82 in the 60 on board his Harley.
Well, I'll tell you what, he's getting chased pretty hard.
Oh.
Well, 14.1, 72 miles an hour, and no time for the rocket lane at all.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, to all the people up in the stands, we do have Denise up there with Go Nuts for Donuts. So she's up there cooking the donuts and making coffee and milkshakes and everything. We do have the ice cream truck up there as well, and I think... Okay.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, if you're watching the live stream, there's the two legends themselves, Ross the Boss Bilby and Joe Sabello. Joe Sabello has probably done the most runs ever down the track here at Sydney Dragway. So if you're watching from Germany, the United States, or England, if you're still watching the live stream, guys, these are two of our regular races here at Aeroflow Race for Real, and two very tough races in their respective categories.
Two of the old fellas.
Well, Joe hasn't got his slippers on yet, so...
Not yet. It's in the back of his car.
It's great to see. It's great to see Joe. Has been racing for a very, very long time in that car, and does a great job with it as well. Zach asking how have Mark and I been. We've been really good.
Sensational.
Mate, Mark hasn't changed in 11 years that I've worked with him, and I probably changed a little bit because obviously I came from a radio background before I was doing commentary, so yeah, I've improved a fair bit since then when I first started.
Yeah. I don't mind if it goes grey, just as long as it stays there. Yeah.
Who? Me or Mark? Oh, me. Hey, I'm distinguished like Mark.
Yeah.
You know?
We're distinguished gentlemen.
Well, it's good to hear engines fired up. We've got the ute down there with the mobile stage on the rear end of it.
And we've got the VZ down here. We've got 2 entries and 2 passengers.
Yeah, how good's that? To see passengers.
Sensations.
That's how you get the bug.
Yep.
You're thinking, I want to have a go at this myself. And why not?
And then right behind them, Stu, we've got 2 first-timers in the burnouts, in the burnout box.
Yeah, it's great to see, isn't it? Both these cars, they're both having a great night. First time racing here at Sydney Dragway, and I dare say they've got the bug.
Yep.
Well, the ute running on through with the 17.36 to a 17.35 there for the Commodore in the rocket lane, as we've got the Honda Civic Type R making its way out in the Aeroflow lane. Actually, on my way to the track today, Mark, there was a current model Type R that went past me.
Yeah, they're
and
great.
oh man, I'll tell you what, I had to turn my radio right down, and I dropped my windows because the sound out of the thing was brilliant.
Yeah.
Loved it. Loved it.
They are. They're real trick looking, and they go well. Well, we got the ute back down again in the rocket lane, so hopefully should get a good pass out of that.
Absolutely. I mean, it's got all the good gear on it by the look of it.
15.7, 91 miles an hour for the Aeroflow lane, and 17.8 at 78 miles an hour for the rocket lane.
Now, I don't know whether in the UK or not, they've caught on to the Barra phenomenon, like the US have. Obviously,
Dare say they know about it.
I'd say they know about it, but I'm wondering if they've actually got any Barras over there in drag racing.
So if you're from the UK, keep an eye on this blue ute, as long as we don't put the curse on him again.
Yeah.
Oh, he's just having to pedal it.
Yeah.
As soon as it comes on boost, it just turns tyres.
Yeah. All right, looks like we've got Brett Stutchbury down there in his down here, which looks like it's got a set of radials on the rear end of it.
Yep. Okay, so the VL definitely couldn't get a lot of heat in the tyres, just gripped up in the burnout.
Now, I've just been told that when the silver Fairlane comes out,
yep,
Jembad, whose number plate is on it, he won't be driving. It's actually his sister,
okay,
Kira, will be driving it.
Great.
So well done, Kira. Get out there and have a little bit of fun. That's what it's all about tonight, doing it safely, getting it off the streets and doing it safely, but most of all, having a lot of fun. Brett Starchbury, 1.71 in the 60, and that was on the crab walk to the 60.
Well, the VL got out, just turned tyres, getting a little bit out of shape, straightens it up, punches into it again, goes through 11.7, 125. But the VZ Commodore, 11.6, 122 miles an hour.
Great pass. Well, guys, we're just going to go up to the big screen, get a few words from some of our sponsors, and we'll be back very, very soon here at Aeroflow Race for Real.
How would it be if we funded a pilot program for you to run that enabled you to bring some vision-impaired kids onto the Saints Play program?
Oh, wow. That would mean the world. My reward is the smile on the kids' faces.
And since you've given so much to others, we'd also like to do something for you personally. How would it feel if Pepper sent you, your partner, and your daughter Molly to the Gold Coast for a few days?
Yeah, awesome. I don't know what to say. It's amazing. Thank you very much.
Introducing the brand new aeroflowperformance.com. Featuring a new powerful search function to provide more relevant and accurate results. The new and improved menu increases speed and ease of navigation. Once you've found the right products, you will also find important information and specifications for your selection. Then, simply add to cart and proceed to checkout. Your Aeroflow Performance products are only a few secure clicks away. Try the new aeroflowperformance.com today.
We've always had a few cars. They're all special. The T-Bird.
Oh, that's mine.
The Combi for when we want to get away. The XR8.
It's going to be a classic.
They're all insured with Shannon's.
We've also got Shannon's home and contents cover,
which helps protect our automotive collectibles, tools and memorabilia in the home and garage. If you're motoring enthusiasts like us, it's got to be
Shannon's.
Shannon's, insurance for motoring enthusiasts. Call 13 46 46 for a quote.
BikeReview.com.au is Australia's leading website for performance and modified motorcycles. BikeReview.com.au is the only motorcycle-focused website to feature motorcycle drag racing on a regular basis. And in the words of editor Jeff Ware, our involvement with Sydney Dragway is our way of putting back into one of our favourite sports. BikeReview.com.au.
Well, guys, welcome back here to Sydney Dragway for Aeroflow Race for Real every Wednesday night here at the place where excitement lives. And we've got the Skyline up against the WRX. My name's Stewie, also known as Pocket Rocket, here at the track. And beside me, Mark Thomas. The man bleeds red. And Mark, turning into a real good night of hardcore racing tonight.
Mate, it is. Like, we just had that rally art just run down the track. That thing launched out, went out at a 1.660 foot, but just come on so strong, then jumped out of it and run a low 10.
Yeah.
So, like, there is a great load of good cars here tonight.
All right, this beautiful looking Subaru WRX.
We can hear that RX4 just popping away down below us, the tunnel.
Yeah. Well, they're actually out with a 1.96, but he's out of the groove. slowly bringing it back in, doing the right thing, just guiding it back into the centre of the rocket lane. And runs on through with a 14.55 to a 16.36 there for the car in the Aeroflow lane, as we got the FGX Falcon up against the rotary-powered Mazda RX-4. Love it.
They're great, yep. Wow, Willie goes out at 137, 60 foot. Nice and straight, top end of the track. 9.4, 141 miles an hour.
That is a huge run there from him. 6.01 to the 8th mile at 114 miles an hour.
That was just building all the way down that track. And 15.2, 92 miles an hour for the Falcon in the Aeroflow lane.
Yeah, that was tough.
And such a great setup car because it goes out at 60 foots really well and just dead straight all the way down the track.
Just a little few drops of fluid just off the start line.
Bit of two-stroke.
Yep. Right. It's called rotor power. Oh, the bikes down there. Everybody's in a huddle. What's going on down there? They've got a... they're working on that bike that was steaming. I can see what's happening.
And that's what it's all about, isn't it?
Yeah.
Everyone throws in and helps in every way they can. Yep. Yep. Benj was just saying that one of the guys that's racing tonight didn't have a jacket and had to have a jacket for racing, and Benji lent him his motorbike jacket because he rides out on a bike.
Yep.
So that's what it's all about.
Well,
everyone just throws in and helps out where they can.
And hopefully you'll bring the jacket back upstairs.
You better, or otherwise you're going to be cold riding home. Yeah.
All right, the AU Falcon. Zane has just joined the chat. He said that rotary sounds amazing. All the way from South Australia. G'day, Zane. Yeah, I'm a bit of a rotor fan myself, mate. I'll tell you what, when the bend comes online, mate, hopefully we'll get some of Sydney's tough rotaries down there for a bit of a play.
Well, a nice strong burnout from the XYXW.
Yeah, that's nice, that car, isn't it? It is tough.
It is.
Look at that. Beautiful off the start line. 1.63 in the 60. Nice and straight down the Aeroflow lane. On a good pass too. A 10.72 with a 1.26.
And 12.3, 124 miles an hour. So look at the difference in those two, Stu. You know, like 126 miles an hour to 124, but you've got a 10.7 and you've got a 12.3.
Yeah.
So it just goes to show that that car just got out so much better and just perfect down the track.
Oh, it's just I mean, there wasn't really any hint of wiggle out of it either on the top at the top of first gear. So, you know, well set up car, and it is great to have it out here, as it is with all our competitors that are here this evening.
It does take a fair bit to get those XYXWs to launch out really, really well and get it to the ground without, you know, getting a bit of axle hop or, you know, wheel shut or anything like that. So, yeah, it's got it set up really well.
Oh, I got the Holden Caprice down here in the Aeroflow lane. Well, the Caprice goes 1.999 in the 60, nice and straight down the Aeroflow lane. Running on through with a 12.42 to a 12.88. That's a pretty good pass too for that car down there in the rocket lane.
Yeah, it was.
All right. King 2 leader is back out. Beautiful looking Sylvia. Taking on the VF Commodore. I know, 66 on the tree there for the Commodore. King 2 litre trying to get some grip off the start line. 1.80 in the 60. Is he going to get around him? I think he has. An 11.18 at a 125 to a 14.46 there for the Commodore. Nice sounding VX.
It is indeed. Get up against the territory.
Of course, if we get enough cars and bikes, we reach a minimum number. We do run a reaction time contest as well.
Yep.
So if we get the required amount of races, we give out $300 for first, $200 for second fastest reaction time of the night, and $100 for third reaction time of the night as well. So I love giving out money.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. I was going to say that, Ben. And I says, nothing better than giving away someone else's money.
Well, I'll tell you what, it's well earned, though, if you can get a perfect reaction time.
Yes, it is.
Or a good reaction time. Doesn't matter if you're on 2 wheels or 4 wheels. Doesn't matter if you're a first timer or a seasoned veteran. All right, the Area 51 Custom Performance Caprice runs a little bit of nitrous on board. And running on through an 11.91 at 130. Good pass for that car.
Well, that just gave it a lot more top end, didn't it?
Mm.
And 16.9, 85 miles an hour.
All right, got the Corvette. About to come out in the rocket lane. About to take on this beautiful looking VN.
I'd like to know what's in this VN. It is a V6 manual. But yeah, I'd like to see if it's a supercharged Ecotech or what.
Yeah, I don't know what's in it.
Like 13-second passes, that's quick. Hmm.
All right, get 427, this wild Falcon Ute up against the nitrous-assisted VE Commodore. So after our next lot of passes, I'm going to mic myself up, and I'm going to go for a wander down to the staging lanes and do a few little interviews with some of our drivers and our riders. 1072 with a 9 to a 1057. What a great drag race.
Yeah, indeed.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, Kira is coming out now in Jimbad. Her very first pass down the quarter mile. It's good to see a young lady stepping up and having a bit of fun. First timer.
All right, turn the tyres.
Good on her.
Yep.
Because her mum and dad, both of them very, very good on the burnout pad.
Okay, yep.
In the burnout scene back in the day. And now out drag racing, which is fantastic to see. Great to see the next generation coming through. Well, I'll tell you what, Kira, 2.43 in the 60. The Commodore is just out in front, got the slightly better reaction time, but a 15.69 to a 15.23.
Great. That was really well done for your first time in a car on a drag strip.
All right, well, I'm going to get mic'd up and go for a wander and get a few interviews with some of our drivers.
All right, Joe Sabello, a big burnout. Ross Bilby, nice quick burnout, straight up, ready to stage. Both guys in and locked in. Oh, two great reaction times, 0.01 and a 0.09. Joe, 9.03, 151 miles an hour. And Ross, 9.55 at 139 miles an hour. So both these guys absolutely red hot tonight, especially on the lights. Okay, we have the VK Commodore sitting down in the aeroflow lane just while we do a quick little bit of a mop-up in the rocket lane. Slowly edging the VK in. VK Commodore. Quick purge of the nitrous. Well, goes out 1.45 in the 60 foot. 10.0, 133 miles an hour. And the thing just hits the limiter as he crosses the line. So I think we're about to move back into the bikes. Well, not a bad reaction time from the Aeroflow lane, but Rocket Lane just well and truly ahead. 11.0, 136 miles an hour to a 14.4 at 90 miles an hour. 10.6, 137 miles an hour for the Rocket Lane to an 11.6, 125 miles an hour. $10.9 to a 10.7, 137 miles an hour.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, if you're watching on the live stream, Mark and Benj have let me out of the studio. And, well, I wouldn't say I'm down here to cause havoc, but it is be great to talk to some of our racers that are here tonight.
How'd you get out there, Stewie? I thought we had the door locked.
Sorry, mate?
How'd you get out there? I thought we had the door locked so you couldn't get out.
Yeah, well, I did my old lock-picking trick. So, yeah.
Well done.
Benji showed me how to lockpick. Not really, but, well, I don't know. Well, I'll tell you what, Mark, while we're down here, I'll wait for the driver to make his way out of the car, but one of the best-looking cars that we've had here at Sydney Dragway for a little while. Of course, it's the blue VK called Tidy As.
Yeah, the number plates definitely suit the car, don't they?
Mate, I'll tell you what, the driver, he's looking at his time card. G'day, mate. Welcome to Aeroflow Race for Real.
How you doing?
Mate, fantastic. Now, mate, don't want to make you nervous or anything, but we've got people watching from all around the world in England, Germany, and the US. Tell them about what's in this VK.
LS2, bit of top-end work and a bit of spray, bit of nice.
I'll tell you what, mate, you've been running some cracking times.
It's getting there. It's getting there. It's my first try with the trans brake, so see how it goes.
Well, you're doing really well. Of course, you've got the radials on the rear end of the car. It's the in thing at the moment. How are you finding it with the radials on it and this with the trans brake?
Sticks like glue. Real good at the moment, yeah.
Well, that's fantastic. Well, it's great to have you here, brother, and we hopefully see more of you. Well, I'll tell you what, Mark, just walking past this blue VE with the nitrous on it. There's some nice pipe work underneath the bonnet there as well, out in the car.
Well, great pass for the Rocket Lane. 9.5, 145 miles an hour to a 10.0, 150 miles an hour.
So, Mark, this blue Falcon Ute, I thought it came out of Precision Workshop. It doesn't. It actually comes out of Kemps Creek Motorsport.
Okay.
Hello, Mr. Richards.
Hello, Stewie. How are you?
Very well, mate. Mate, you've had people from Germany, America, and the UK all watching you race tonight.
Fantastic. That's great.
Mate, you guys on the bikes have been putting on a super show tonight.
Yeah, we tried to get as many people down here tonight and get a good showing for everybody. So, yeah, we're happy, and well, me personally, not so happy. The clutch is on the way out, so I've been running slow tonight. But it is what it is. It's racing.
It is, mate, but you're doing a fantastic job out there as well. Hey, Matty Duffy's on the phone. Matt, what a way to spend your birthday.
Yeah, it's not a bad night for a Wednesday night on your birthday, isn't it? Can't race anymore. I've cooked my tyre, so I went too hard on the burnout.
Well, mate, you've been going hard on the burnouts on that bike for a while. But, mate, first of all, on behalf of Sydney Dragway, I want to thank your group, Sydney Random Riders, for always coming out and supporting Aeroflow Race for Real.
Yeah, not a problem, mate. Love coming down here. It's always good to get everyone on the strip. Legal and safe way of doing it. Get everyone off the street doing it illegally. So, you know, always come down here on a Wednesday and have a good fun. And we encourage everyone to come down here and have a crack.
It doesn't matter if you're on 2 wheels or 4. It's a good night, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. And it's even like for us as bike riders, it's good to watch the cars, and same for their cars to watch the bike. So it's a good night.
It is. Well, Matt Duff, guys, do check him out on Facebook, Sydney Random Riders. Well, as we make our way out, Mark, we'll make our way down to the start line because I want to check out this Kemps Creek Motorsport Falcon Ute from down here. It's got some serious rubber on the rear end of it, Mark.
Well, you got the prime position down there, Stu.
It's got the skinny tyres on the front, the nice big fat radials on the rear end of it.
Well, 15.8 to a 17.0.
I'll tell you what, Mark, it is tidy, that ute. Absolutely tidy.
Yeah, it looks very clean, just even from up here, mate, it looks spot on. Wow, he's just pedaling it. He just can't get it to the ground. Every time he feeds it into it, it just starts going sideways. Look at the miles an hour to the ET. 12.2 to 134 miles an hour. Like 134, that thing should be running a low 10. Mid to low 10 out of that.
Yeah, there was a bit of a turn of the tyres at about 30 foot out, then again just before the 330 mark from where it let go.
Yeah, he's definitely been all tonight having the same problem. As soon as the thing starts to produce a lot of boost, it just turns tyres.
All right, Brett Stutchbury down here, a man that I have not seen for a very long time, but it's great to see him here at Aeroflow Race for Real. Probably getting a little bit of practice in before the next round of the Speed Addict Clothing Company New South Wales State Championship Series. Great to see another first-timer out as well, Mark, in the Golf.
Yeah, it is. The more first-timers we see, Stu, the more the sport grows.
Well, that looked good off the line from Brett Stutchbury, just crabbing a little bit at about 200 foot. Got a lot of grunt in that car. 11.98, 111. Oh, yeah.
And 12.3, 112 miles an hour from the VW.
I got this radial shod VL up against the Falcon. I don't know if you heard that through the track mics, Mark, but that sounded fat from down here.
Yeah, it sounds very sweet, that thing, once it starts to come full song. And I'll tell you what, this Falcon is no slouch either.
Well, that was much better from the Commodore off the start line. The Falcon will get the win, though, 13.53, but the Commodore, 10.27, 119 miles an hour.
Yeah, that was a great pass for that car. Well, 12.9 to a 14.2 for the WRX. Nice strong burnout from the skyline.
All right, Mark, we're going to have a battle of the Mitsubishis. Two very distinctly different Mitsubishis, of course. The Mitsubishi Triton, which has got the obligatory stubby cooler on the front of it. And he's taking on this Rally Art. It's got a serious set of Hoosier slicks on it as well, Mark.
And I'll tell you what, Stu, you got it dead right there, mate. That is one serious Rally Art. That thing, that Lancer, is quick.
Well, I know it says Rally Art, Mark, but I'm interested to see whether they've done an Evo conversion in it. Because, man, this thing is super quick.
Definitely jumped out of that one way early. And still runs at 11.9.
What did that do in the 60?
Yeah. 1.65.
It's nuts.
Just the way it left, how aggressive it left the line.
Oh, man, I was just watching it. It was unreal.
And 19.4, 68 miles an hour for the Triton. The Falcon up against the Commodore.
This GTR down here, Mark, out of the Dan Automotive Workshop.
$16.8 to a $15.3. $15.0 to a $15.5. Well, Skyline goes through 12.1, 122 miles an hour to a 12.9, 108 miles an hour. Audi up against the AU Falcon. Eleven to 121 miles an hour to a 16.1 at 87 miles an hour. Falcon up against the fair lane. $11.5 to a 12.8. The Territory up against the Nissan Silvia.
Yeah, I love this Silvia. King 2 litre.
Silvia just getting a little bit smoky at the top of the rev range. But runs through 10.9, 129 miles an hour to a 13.2 at 104 miles an hour.
At 1090, that's a damn good run for him. This Corvette is nice, Mark.
Yeah, I don't mind that shape. They look really good.
Yeah, first timer as well. So, first of all, welcome to Sydney Dragway and welcome to Aeroflow Race for Real. These two legends that are down here about to rip it up in the Burnout City. Kids, get your fingers up. You get those limited fingers happening because these guys are going to put a smoke show on.
Well, the Ute definitely turned it on.
He certainly did. And why not? I think he's just trying to show the Caprice up, I think.
Might be trying to psych him out.
Probably. The Area 57 Custom Performance Caprice. Can hear that little purge of nitrous.
Well, 10.5, 126 miles an hour for the Ute to an 11.7, 129 miles an hour.
All right, we've got Jeremy out in Gembad. He's going to be taking on this beautiful looking VK, tidy as. First time with a trans brake tonight in that car, so still getting used to it.
Well, 16.0, 87 miles an hour, and the VK just rolling on down the track. Didn't seem to want to leave the line. Looks like a bit of a problem with the trans brake.
There's a little bit of fluid that has come out of that car, Mark. So they're just giving it a quick mop on the start line. I think we're going to get into a race with the Yamaha R1 up against the R3 Yamaha. Hey, he might have a bigger bike, but I reckon you'll be better off the lights than him.
Mate, I better give him a bit of a head start then, eh?
I'll tell you what, if it was Dolly Roan racing, he'd better be watch himself.
Sounds about right.
Yep. Come on. You all know when I get the mic down here, I've got to have a little bit of fun with our mates on two wheels. Now, I just said to him, now listen, he's got on a smaller bike, he might treat you. Yeah, I think he psyched him out. I can see in his eyes he's a bit worried about the R3 rider. I'll tell you what, Mark, if it was Dolly Roan racing, you wouldn't put it past the rider on the R3 beating the rider on the R1.
Well, he out-treed him.
He certainly did, 1.48 or 3.73. Psyched him out. 10.84 though, great pass. As we got the Jaxa down here against the Yamaha. That's one thing I love about drag racing, Mark, in particular in the sportsman brackets, is when you do have a car or a bike that you know is slower than your competitor, and you've got to play the game. And I think that adds to the intrigue of bracket racing rather than heads up. Very much more a mental game than an outright speed game.
Yeah, true. Well, not a lot between these guys. 10.9 to a 10.8. 129 miles an hour, 137 miles an hour. Good burnout from the rocket lane. He's just clicking it through the gears. Don't want to go wearing that back tyre out, not the white wall. $11.2 to an 11.9.
Now, Mark, while I'm down here in the staging lanes, of course, for those people that are watching on the live stream, particularly from overseas, we've actually got some of our burnout cars that are down in the staging area. And I know we've had a few people watching on the live stream asking about it. Club Mang Nation. Though here, Mr. Grumpy is here. Of course, he always puts on a good burnout. He's double entered. VX Frying is in the house. What's going on, brother? Yeah, good, mate. Hey, just letting you know, mate, we're actually live streaming the event tonight, and we're actually live streaming the burnouts, and you're going all around the world. We've got people from Germany, England, and America watching. Just to our friends over in England, do they even know what burnouts are?
No. I think
I was going to say, because, you know, like the Americans have got a bit of an idea of what burnouts are like.
they've got a small idea.
That's right, but they haven't seen what the V6 Mangers can do, can they?
No, that's right.
What do you see when they come out a little bit later, guys? The burnout's not too far away. Plenty more racing to come. And then we'll be sending our burnout cars on the pad. And if it's your first time watching the live stream, ladies and gentlemen, there's a reason why we call it the most infamous burnout pad in Australia. That is because it is one of the best. And I'm not just saying that because I work here at Sydney Dragway and I commentate here, but to be brutally honest, it is. It is one of the best pads in the country. And there's plenty of room out there for them to throw it in and put on a good show for everybody in the crowd here at the track, and also for those people watching around the world via our live stream.
Hey, Stu, how many burnout cars we got?
Well, mate, I've got at least probably 6. Well, I got told 6.
Yep.
One of them, Mr. Grumpy, he's double entered. So there'll be one more car, I dare say, to come around.
Perfect. So we.
And you'll be happy to know, Mark, there's a very nice looking green ute that's going to be hitting the burnout pad too.
Excellent.
So right up your alley. Well, that VL is back out again. The RB-powered Commodore been running some super good numbers all night. And this first timer down here in the Toyota. I've got to say, though, I do like this WRX down here. Got the Mighty Car Mod sticker on it. Obviously a fan of their work, but the car looks awesome. It's a beautiful looking Rexy. That looked good, Mark.
Well, good pass there, Stu. 10-1, 134 miles an hour. And didn't it leave the line nice and smooth? Okay, just doing a quick little bit of a mop-up. And we've got these two Rexies about to roll up to the starting line. Both gone round the water. $15.0 to a 15.6. 90 miles an hour to 101 miles an hour for the Rocket Lane. Nice big burnout from the skyline. Triton just gone straight in and staged. Well, Skyline just fighting for traction. $13.8, 108 miles an hour to a 19.6 at 67 miles an hour. Well, 15.5, 88 miles an hour to a 16.2 at 92 miles an hour. Yeah. All right, guys, we might just go up to the big screen and pay a few bills, do a few ads, and we'll be back with you very, very shortly here. Aeroflow, race for real.
Aeroflow Performance provides a wide range of high-quality performance products for racers, street machines and hot rodders. From fittings, fuel system components, intake solutions and even turbocharger systems, you can see it all at aeroflowperformance.com.
We have these things pegged at 9,000 RPM for up to 50 laps, copping mud and debris.
As the crew chief, it's my job to make sure my wife Michelle has the safest and fastest car possible.
My customers want race car performance with show car looks.
From skiing to ocean racing, we run for over an hour at full noise. Quality and reliability is everything.
Doesn't matter what you drive, rotor, import, street race.
These aren't your standard performance parts. Designed here in Australia, we've been involved in testing since the beginning.
The range started with a few hundred parts and has progressed to well over 10,000.
We need something that'll perform and outlast the competition.
That's why I use the best performance parts on the market.
That's why I use Aeroflow.
That's why we use Aeroflow.
Aeroflow's got something for you.
Stay informed, up to date and entertained thanks to the Western Weekender. The Western Weekender is Penrith's leading free and local newspaper, delivering the best content from on-the-ground journalists and providing businesses with direct access to potential customers. News, sport, entertainment, puzzles and so much more. The Western Weekender is the heartbeat of Penrith and it's out every Thursday. Get your free copy at selected locations in the area, home delivered, or check out westernweekender.com.au.
Bank said no to your home loan? Talk to us.
Not a bank.
Talk to Australia's real-life non-bank for home loans, car loans, personal loans. Pepper Money, the home of loan options.
Not slow.
Not difficult.
Not just ticking boxes.
Not a bank.
Talk to Australia's real-life non-bank for home loans, car loans, personal loans. Pepper Money, the home of loan options.
Stay informed, up to date and entertained thanks to Para News. Para News is Parramatta and the Cumberland area's leading free and local newspaper, delivering the best content from on-the-ground journalists and providing businesses with direct access to potential customers. News, sport, entertainment, puzzles and so much more. Para News really is the heartbeat of Parramatta and Cumberland and it's out every Tuesday. Get your free copy at selected locations in the area or check out paranews.com.au.
Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, here to Aeroflow Race for Real, the Rocket, and Mark Thomas in commentary this evening. And we've got our crowd favourite Ute doing another strong burnout. He's about to take on Tidy As, which has had a trans brake upgrade.
Let's see how he goes getting it off the line this time. Previous pass didn't like it too much. Oh, that's better. Heap better. 1.44, 60 foot.
He's got this one in the bag. A 10.01 with a 5 at 134. And I dare say, Mark, he probably just rolled off it slightly as well.
I think you're right there. And 10.5, 127 miles an hour for the Ute. Yeah, so it definitely looks like he's been using most of tonight just to get used to the trans brake.
Great pass there from him. We're back into the bikes.
Haven't these guys been putting it on tonight?
Oh, they've done a fantastic job. All our motorcycle entrants this evening, they've been turning it on. And it's great to see a lot of P-platers making their way out as well and having a crack at this drag racing caper.
Yep.
10.91 with the 5, 137 to a 14.27 at 90 miles per hour.
Well, 10.7, 135 miles an hour to an 11.2, 123 miles an hour.
Tell you what, it's certainly an art form to get these street bikes off the line and run even a low 10-second pass on these bikes, especially when they're stock height and stock wheelbase. I think you wouldn't catch me on a bike without a wheelie bar.
10.0, 151 miles an hour to a 10.4, 141 miles an hour.
Man, that's quick. And they both went 1.97 in the 60, both those bikes too. So that's some top-end charge there from the bike in the Aeroflow lane. That's huge.
Well, bike in the Aeroflow lane now is well out of the race groove there.
Oh, good pass there. 10.87, 127 out of the groove. Not bad.
Yeah, not bad at all. 11.6, 125 miles an hour. Sorry, I just had to flick across to the screen. I couldn't see it down the bottom end there. It's all gone funny on us.
Somebody just asking whether that RX4 is coming back out. I don't believe it is.
No, I think they might have packed up and got home a little bit earlier.
I think they may have.
$10.9 to a 10.9. 10-3 to a 10-4.
Well, 1.97 in the 60 there for the bike. Not bad. Bit more of an upright riding style. And 11.11, 128 as we're back into the cars. And we've got this very tough rally art coming out now. Slicks on all four corners. Taking on the little Toyota.
Yeah, he just rolls round the water. No need. I just love the way it launches out. It's just so aggressive.
Well, which is really interesting being a four-wheel drive car because the amount of stress is put on drive lines as well. It's a very well set up car. Look at that, 1.63. Did move around a little bit at about 150. Look at that, 975, 147.8. Huge. It's time for a parachute and a roll cage.
Yes, yes indeed. Just as he hit the line, he was changing into another gear.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe. Yeah. Well, great effort there though from that driver in the rally art. All right, this Commodore's impressed me all night, this VL.
Yeah.
Nice set of radials on the rear end of it, taking on the Falcon.
.159 in the 60.
He's moving around towards the centre of the lane. Not really where you want to be, but a 10.25 at 132 to a 15.40 at 93. Not a bad pass here for the Falcon.
Yep. Okay.
Didn't expect that.
No.
All right, well, the territory goes 2.30 in the 60s, ahead of the Commodore. The Commodore's got a bit of work to do. The territory gets the win, a 15.54 to a 16.52 there for the Commodore. Much slower reaction time there from the Commodore. So, sorry from the territory, but still got the win. All right, the Dan Automotive GTR about to take on the Area 51 Custom Performance Caprice. That's a much better launch there from the Skyline. 1.78 in the 60. A little pop at the change gear. And he gets the win. An 11.29 to an 11.85. The Caprice was coming back at him. Just couldn't get around him.
We got another territory up against the Falcon Ute.
This guy has an absolute ball in this car.
Doesn't have a big set of tyres under the back of it either, Stu.
No, it doesn't. And yet, when it leaves the line, he's got it down to an art form now. He's able to get it down. Look at that, 1.56 in the 60 this time. Not bad from territory, 1.93.
Well, 10.5, 125 miles an hour to a 13.1, 105 miles an hour. That's a great pass.
That is a really good pass out of that car. I've got Kiara or Jembad behind the wheel of the Fairlane. Taking on King 2 litre, which has struggled a little bit for a bit of traction.
Oh, that's getting worse, that smoke, isn't it?
That is getting worse, yeah. An 11.06 with a 5. It always happens from about half track onwards, which is kind of strange.
It's right up in that upper rev range, isn't it?
Yeah.
As soon as it sort of starts peaking into the revs.
Almost like the top of second or third gear, it just not happy, is it? I've got a question on the live feed. How fast can you go on a Wednesday night? Well, it depends on 3 factors. One is the age of your car. So if it's a certain age, you can only, like an older style car, without disc brakes on all 4 corners, you can go as quick as 10.5 seconds. If you've got airbags and discs all around your car, street car, you can go as low as 10 seconds. And then you can dip into the 9s, but you have to have an IHRA real street license to be able to go that quick down into the 9s. Once your car goes over 140 miles per hour, your car needs to be teched, i.e. it needs a roll cage and a parachute.
Well, 10.2, 132 miles an hour for the VK. Well, bike's rolling round again.
Oh.
We are.
Great save there from the P-plater. Yeah, a little R3, I think that was. 1078. Of course, the R3's the sort of almost the weapon of choice now for the kids that are now running in junior drag bike, because the older kids are allowed to ride 300cc bikes.
Okay, yep.
And they run those over the 8th mile, like they do with the junior dragsters. And the younger kids are allowed to ride a 150cc.
Okay. So you're allowed to play with the heights of the bikes, do you know, Stu?
I'm not really quite sure. I would say you are, but I think you're just restricted by engine displacement. And of course, whatever age you are too. But it's a great concept.
Oh, it's a great idea.
It is a fantastic idea. It really is.
Just opens up both venues now, doesn't it? For, you know, like junior dragster and junior drag bikes. So,
absolutely. Yeah. And, you know, when you got your heroes that are floating around, like Chris Matheson or Chris Porter at the big events that we run, our big national events, I mean, those guys have been racing nitro bikes for a very long time. We can see our burnout cars making their way slowly across the burnout pad, so we won't be too far away from getting the burnouts on this evening.
Well, 11-2 to a 10-7. But in the meantime, Stu, we've got the burnout cars just going up round the top.
Yep.
They'll turn round up there, come back down and line up. Yep. Well, 10-8 to a 10-8, 132 miles an hour to 129 miles an hour. Well, guys, that looks like it is it for the drag racing part of tonight, but we are about to move into burnouts. So just to all the people in the stands, if you're in front of the first row of blue seats, you need to make your way back and get behind that first row, as we can't kick off until everyone is back there, just for safety reasons. So have a look around if you're not behind those first row of blue seats. Just need to move your way back. So have a look round. If you're sitting all by yourself and you're in front of the blue seats, you're sort of not sitting where you should do.
Well, guys, we're not too far away from starting the burnouts. Now, we are live streaming the burnouts, and they are going all around the world, and Benji has control of the cameras. So, Mr. Benji, if I ask nicely, are we able to get the cameras on the grandstand, please, or Burnout Central? Mark, are we able to get the camera on the grandstand, please? No? Mark, we able to get them on? No? Yeah, no, I was hoping that Benji might put the camera on the on there so we can get.
Have you been up to Duffy's Forest lately?
All right, guys, getting into the burnouts for this evening. Mr. Grumpy kicking us off. Sydney Dragway, put your hands together for Mr. Grumpy. Two tyres off in under 3 minutes. We'll see that car back out again very, very soon. All right, Club Mang Society coming out for a good burnout. Oh yeah, Sydney, put your hands together for VX Frying. Great stuff from both cars. Both rear tyres off in under 3 minutes. Great effort from them. Next up, we've got another Commodore on its way out. Great stuff there from the VP. All right, next up, we've got this beautiful looking green ute. Put your hands together, Sydney, for the Era 51 ute. That was great. I was really hoping you wouldn't put that in the wall. It is just so clean. We're just waiting for Mr. Grumpy to make his way back out for their next skid. All right, guys, Mr. Grumpy, make his way back out for the live stream. Let's get those fingers up in the air. I think he means business. We got one more car after Mr. Grumpy to come out for a skid, so I've been told. Put your hands together for Mr. Grumpy. Absolutely demolished those rear tyres on that one. Great burnout there. All right, guys, got one more car to come. We're just waiting for that car to come around. It's just having a little bit of an issue starting, but hopefully he'll be able to get that fired up and get it out for its last burnout.
Coming to Alice, Stu? You're working up at Alice?
All right, guys, it looks like he's got the car all sorted and it's be coming through the tunnel now, or very soon. Here he comes. Sydney Dragway, make some noise for our last burnout for tonight. He's got the car refired up. VX Weapon from Club Mang Society. Sorry, mate. My apologies. I'll just say, mate, the Mafia never died. The Mafia is still the OGs. Oh, unlucky the kettle boiled. Sydney Dragway, put your hands together for VX Frying. Well, great stuff there from all our racers as well as all our burnout competitors this evening. Also to you guys that are up in the grandstand, all our spectators, and of course the people that have been watching from overseas via our live stream on Facebook and YouTube. Well, guys, that is it for Aeroflow Race for Real this evening. Thank you, everyone. We'll see you next week here at the place where excitement lives, Sydney Dragway.